Good morning. Today is Thursday, March 23rd, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of March. If you would please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Join us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak, that you speak directly into the microphone, that you state your name, and that you speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being transmitted both electronically and being transcribed. So, Madam Secretary, if we could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
So anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments of the public as well as from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners, myself, ask any questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please provide those to an enforcement agent who will get those from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City who wishes to make a public comment? There being no one, how about here? No one's, yes? Sure.
Thank you so much. If you could just indulge me momentarily. I just wanted to take the opportunity to welcome our new fellow member, Kurlicki. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to serving with you. And I also would be remiss if I didn't say welcome to Chair Hendrick and Member Assad. I'm looking forward to working with you. I've observed you at your presentations and the hearings, and it's as if you're veterans and you've been doing this all along. So I enjoyed watching the presentations, and welcome.
All right, that will close our public comment section. At this time, Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for February 2023.
All right, I believe each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no comments or questions, it's in proper form for a motion.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm happy to make a motion to approve the prior month disposition.
All right, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the non-restricted consent items?
Your item on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning is item 1. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Excuse me, if there are any questions or comments on the consent item? It appears there are not.
I'm sorry, are we doing the restricted or non-restricted first?
We're doing non-restricted first.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions? All right, there being none, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 3 and 6 through 12. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on these items.
All right, I will start if that's okay. Item number 3, Lig Hospitality LLC has the gentleman Mike Nigro and Todd Nigro. In an abundance of caution, I make the disclosure that Mr. Mike Nigro did business with my husband related to a construction contract 5 to 7 years ago. That business concluded 5 to 7 years ago. There's been no continuing business relationship. The relationship was not with me, but with a business of my husband's. I make this disclosure in abundance of caution. I conclude that the independent judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. And because this is not a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to vote on their item restricted number 3. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much, Chair. I would like to make a couple of disclosures in connection with restricted item number 7. Nevada Restaurant Services doing business as Dottie's is adverse in an open litigation matter for a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner, in which I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. I'd also like to make a similar disclosure for restricted item number 9. It's identical. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. So with those disclosures being made at this time, is there any discussion on any of the consent items for the restricted consent items? All right, there being none, does anyone have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for approval of consent restricted agenda items 3 and 6 through 12 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, as noted in the agenda.
Right, thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion related to any of the items? There being none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. All right, thank you. Now we move to the restricted items held out for discussion because we are going to follow suit with our board and handle those first as they are more, they're pretty quick, I think. So I think was a good plan, and I decided to copy you. What do they say? It's the best form of flattery, right? Okay, so at this time, if you could please read in restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Dos Mundos LLS doing business as Camino Real Mexican Restaurant and Cantina for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Rigoberto Gonzalez and Leticia Gonzalez for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato here with the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez. We did give a brief presentation at the board. Be happy to give that again if you would like, or we'd be here to answer any questions that you may have.
Excuse me. Thank you. Welcome. So I will start. Usually I alternate between folks to see if anybody has any comments or questions.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for coming today. It's nice to see you again. I saw you at the presentation. Just one point of clarification, Mr. Gonzalez. So is it fair to say that you will dedicate most of your time to the management and day-to-day operations of Camino Real? Or are you still a part-time manager of Nindo Michoacan?
Yes.
Okay. And so what are your duties in terms of the time that you'll spend at each?
I go back and forth on both places, and I spend 5 to 6 hours on each location. I'm there from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Almost every day.
So you say it's like a 50-50 split, or are you doing more right now at
split.
Camino Real?
50-50 split.
Okay.
Okay.
And full disclosure, I love your restaurant too. I heard one of the board members say that, and it's
Oh,
wonderful. So
Appreciate
I'm
it.
happy
Thank
to
very
see you
much.
before us today. Thank you for taking the time to be here.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any comments or questions?
My only comment is I share Commissioner Brown's statement about I go to your place a lot.
Thank you very much.
And I have one question for your wife. How did you avoid filing for a license for so long?
¿Cómo le hiciste para pedir una licencia antes?
Porque tengo mi trabajo aparte.
Excuse me. She works for Bally's Hotel and Casino, and she's never been the other locations that we have. I have a partner, so she never needed to
Yeah.
apply. Now that this is our business, that's why she's applying.
Happy to have you before us.
Well, I guess it's time for true confessions. Everyone eats at your restaurant. Everybody.
Should have brought fajitas, huh?
And we are very happy to have you here. So thank you. I'm in support of this item. And so I will just defer to my colleagues.
I would have settled for guacamole. I just had a quick question for you. I know you're involved with the Lindo Michoacan on the Hill. Are you involved with the other one that's on Desert Inn?
No,
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 okay,
I'm
that's a
only
different.
50/50 partner with the one in Henderson.
Okay, so
the
you don't
other-
spend any time to the Desert Inn location?
No, no,
Or
not at all.
is there a Northwest location?
We have a West Flamingo, and Hualapai, the
Okay.
215. And I did open that one when we first opened back in 2007, but my share was sold to my business partner nephew.
Okay, so currently you just have an interest in the
Just
one in
the Henderson
Henderson and
location.
then this one with your wife?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you being here.
Anything else? All right, thank you. There being no additional questions or comments, I believe this matter is proper for a motion.
Chair Tagliati, I move for approval of restricted item number 1 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
All right, so there was a motion to approve. At this time, any discussion or comment on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Congratulations and
Thank
thank you
you.
for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Agent Lombardo for all his hard work during the application process.
Thank you. Can I just say very urgent?
Yeah.
Okay, at this time, I appreciate your patience. I have a commissioner with a very urgent matter and a request for a 5-minute recess. So at this time, I'm going to take a short 5-minute recess to accommodate his emergent matter. We're ready. Thank you very much for your patience. At this time, Madam Secretary, we're reconvening, and if you could read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Chabra Group LLC doing business as the Speedway Market for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Amitas Chabra for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning again.
Good morning again, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato here with the applicant who is appearing in the Carson City office with us today, Mr. Chabra. We did give a presentation at the board. We'd be glad to give that again if you would like, or we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
I think we're all just happy with the new setup for the audio visual, which is, I don't have a crick in my neck anymore from doing this right here. Hi, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
Good. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm sure you understand from the open meeting laws, and we don't get to discuss your matter in advance. And I never know if my colleagues are going to have questions for you since you're, coming before us for the license. So I appreciate your patience in being here for the second time. At this time, I'm going to open it up for any of my colleagues' questions or comments.
If I may?
Please.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Thank you for being before us today. We appreciate your time. Just wanted first and foremost to thank you for serving our country in the military. I know it was a short stint, but I did want to thank you for that. I think it's wonderful that you served. Are you going to continue operating the Little Caesars franchise at the Reno location while concurrently managing the Speedway Market in Reno? Are you still doing both of those?
Yes, I'll be doing both. The Little Caesars franchise is actually connected to Speedway Market in a way. They're next door to each other.
Okay. And how much time will you be devoting? I understood from the materials and from the presentation it would be about 15 hours per week at Little Caesars, and it seems like you'll be devoting most of your time, 30 to 40 hours a week to the Speedway Market. Are you finding that that's actually happening, or is it changing in composition?
Yes, actually, I would say with the Little Caesars franchise, and they're probably a little bit less now. We have a manager, I have a partner in place, so most of my time is spent at Speedway Market.
Okay, but the good thing is it's all in the same commercial center, so you don't have a commute, right? So at least you're saving
Correct.
time there. Okay.
Correct.
And you've already completed the restricted licensee compliance seminar back in February, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I have no areas of concern at all. I'm just proud of you for being a business owner at the age of 28. So congratulations on that, and I wish you luck, and I wish you well.
Thank you so much.
Sir, can I ask, we have a map of your Speedway Market, not a map, excuse me, a drawing, if you will, of the layout and the schematic of it. And so comparative, just for curiosity's sake, your business nearby or next door is similar in size, smaller, larger?
It's much smaller. The total space for Little Caesars is probably, our lobby's like maybe 100 square feet. It's small. It's an express model, so it's like a strictly takeout only, and the entire square footage for Little Caesars is probably 1,000 square feet.
And are you seeing people, spill over from that in both directions, or they have individual kind of clientele and patronage?
It's a bit of both. It's when you go get your pizza, you go get beer from next door, or you pick up some stuff for the kids. So we're seeing like it's symbiotic almost.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Do you have anything? Well, again, we thank you very much for being here today and answering a couple of our questions and speaking to us at this time. It looks like the matter is proper for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve restricted item number 2, recommended for approval by Gaming Control Board, as read into the record by the Secretary.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Parte for her help during the investigation process as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of FT Pub 9 LLC doing business as Flowing Tide Pub and Grill for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of FTP Holding Company LLC and Jason Talati for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, commissioners, board members, and staff. My name is Jesse Wadhams with the law firm of Black and Wadhams, here representing the applicant Flowing Tide Pub. This is their third location in Southern Nevada and will be their 9th location overall, replacing the Boulevard Bar and Grill. I do have with me one of the applicants and my brother, so no certain questions. We're here today to answer any questions. Danny is available. So
I would open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Have anything?
Very clean application. I have nothing.
Just briefly, sir, thank you for coming today. Just a point of clarification in terms of why the gaming ceased operations, I think back in December 31st of 2022. Was that for construction purposes, renovation?
And could you state your name for the record?
Good morning, Danny Wadhams for the record.
Thank you.
Yes, the operation ceased on, I believe it was December 31st. And that's when, once the sale closed, we began construction and the remodel. So as soon as the approvals hopefully were given, we were able to open shortly after, as opposed to have the downtime after that.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, please tell Tisha Black I said hello. We have a case together right now. We're adverse to each other, but we're still friendly. So tell her I said hi. Thank you. And this will be the 9th location and the 3rd location in Southern Nevada,
that's correct.
if approved. Okay. Thank you. It's very clean. I have no other questions. Thank you for clarifying that.
I just had a quick question, if I may.
Please.
Who's responsible for the day-to-day operations for this location? I was curious how you split the oversight.
Danny Wadhams for the record. Again, in the Southern Nevada operations, I'm responsible for day-to-day at this store. The other 3, there's 4 of us. And so Jason comes down quite often to be a part of the operations and everything that we're doing, but day-to-day falls under me.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else?
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions. I think it's very straightforward. Just want to recognize the Wadham brothers in front of us, and their family have been fine acquaintance for many, many years. And I did ask, and I'll put on the record, that Danny is the favored son in the family. I learned
correct.
This morning.
How do you feel about that?
It's been a long time. I've understood.
You've come to accept it. All right, thank you. All right, so at this time, if there's no additional questions or comments, it would be proper for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for approval of restricted item agenda number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, there being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. And we would like to thank Angel Jones for all her work on the application.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 5.
Restricted number 5 is the application of Ms. Lola's Spirits and Gaming 11 LLC, doing business as Ms. Lola's for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Ms. Lola's Holdings LLC for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is John Maloney. I'm outside counsel for Ms. Lola's. Present today are Jackie and Phil Bracamonte. I have an update, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, on the franchise tax matter. Last Friday, the Franchise Tax Board approached the Bracamontes and offered a settlement. That settlement wasn't accepted. On Monday, they came back again and offered a settlement, and at that point in time, the Bracamontes accepted that. The Bracamontes were in court on Tuesday to confirm the settlement. On Tuesday afternoon, we notified board staff of the settlement, and so that is now behind us. Thank God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
been a long process. Other than that, as I discussed before the board, the Bracamontes are excited about this location. They've added about 25 non-gaming seats. They're going to cater to a non-gaming crowd. The technology provider is Century Gaming. The good thing about this is they'll have a full bar. They'll have service, so people don't have to go up to the bar, and they'll have 14 TVs. And so they're trying to bring in a non-gaming crowd. With that, I'll happy to answer any questions.
Okay, well, I think I have known a lot of people in my 30-year legal history in Nevada that have had entanglements with the California State Franchise Tax Board. So I'm happy for you that it resolved, and I appreciate the update. I'm sure somebody would have asked for an update, so we appreciate that. And I'm going to open it up to any questions that my colleagues may have or comments.
I don't want to dwell on that subject, but I was, certainly present for that long discussion we had regarding that. So I'm glad you put that behind you. So I'm prepared to move forward.
Call that discussion.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of rough that day.
I just wanted to echo the congratulations on having that resolved. And I don't have any concerns about your application. You have great locations, and I appreciate your contributions to the community.
Thank you very much.
All right. There being any, go ahead.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Good to see you again. I do remember that grueling presentation, and I understood the issues, and you have rights to appeal certain tax decisions, and you've availed yourself of those rights, and I appreciate the outcome has been positive. Just curious, I know that trial commenced on Monday, March 20th. Was a settlement reached after the first day of trial?
No, it never reached trial. First settlement came in last Friday. Was rejected. Then Monday afternoon, they made a second offer, and it was accepted. The trial was to start Tuesday morning.
Okay, good.
And so we did appear in court. The judge wanted to record it, get it on the record, and all the parties agreed to it.
Excellent. You look relieved compared to the last time we saw you, so I'm happy for you.
Yeah, that's the way litigation is.
Yep, it is. I love to litigate. Anyway, so I understand there's nearly it's fun for me, nearly 450,000 invested in upgrades. Has that all been implemented? Where are you with that?
The store is ready to open.
Okay.
And we received our last approval yesterday from the health department. So this is the last step, I guess.
Congratulations. All your stars are aligned, and I have no other questions for you, and I'm happy for you and ready to proceed with the vote. Yeah, thank you.
Right. At this time, if anybody has a motion, we could consider.
I'm happy to make a motion for approval of restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you for being here
Thank you
today.
very much.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair, members of the commission, I want to thank board staff as always. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That brings us to non-restricted items held up for discussion. So, Madam Secretary, if you could read in to the record non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Jeremy Jensen for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. Chair, if I may, I have a disclosure for non-restricted item number 2. Aquarius Gaming is a current intellectual property client of Lewis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner in which I'm not personally involved. Colorado Bell Gaming, Colorado Bell Corp, and Colorado Bell Hotel and Casino are affiliates of intellectual property clients, Mandalay Bay Resort Group, Mandalay Corporation, and City Center Land LLC, current clients of Lewis Roca, the firm where I am a partner, in which I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, thank you. Phyllis Gillen for Golden Entertainment. With me is Jeremy Jensen. He's Senior Vice President and General Manager, I think what he was, Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Colorado Bell, the Edgewater, and Aquarius Gaming. And Jeremy has been licensed before. He's been with us for quite a while, so we don't have a presentation for you, but if you have any questions, he's available to give you his background and any information you'd like to know.
Morning, Mr. Jensen. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thanks for being here today. I just had a question about the Tourism Commission, the Laughlin Tourism Commission that you're on.
Yes.
I'm just, interested. I think our materials show us that's several hours a month. And I assume that there's members that are from all walks.
Correct. There's other general managers in the market as well on that board.
And is
with
it all?
me. And it meets once a month, couple hours a month.
And is it all gaming representatives, or are there others from the community? I was just curious.
It's all game
Game.
representatives. Yes.
I was just curious. That was interesting to see, and you're continuing to do that, and that's just volunteer work in your spare time.
Correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Yes. It's all for the betterment of the market.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I was going to open it up for questions or comments that anyone may have.
I just thank you for being here. Good morning. I wanted to hear a little bit about how the Laughlin market's doing. It's been a while since I've been there, and it seemed to be changing a little bit.
It's doing okay, right? I mean, we're seeing moments of decline, but we're working on things through the tourism board, and it's really heavy on outer market business, right? So we're a lot of business from Arizona and Southern California. So we're focusing on driving through some initiatives, entertainment initiatives. We have an air show coming up April 1st. So we're working on things to drive more of a destination. So what can we do to drive additional guests into the market?
Is the demographic that you're targeting changing? For a little bit there, it seemed like I had a lot of very
Well,
young
it's
friends.
just a very different demographic, right? The first quarter and the fourth quarter, it's more of a snowbird type demographic, and then in the summer, it's a completely different crowd, right? It's younger,
Is that the younger one?
boating,
Okay.
that type of thing. But we do see a lot of snowbirds this time of year.
Is business better during the winter months or the summer?
It's more gaming the first and fourth quarter, and then throughout the summer is hotel revenue and F&B revenue, that type of thing. It's just masses of people that enjoy the river, and they're out on the lake and the river.
How are you doing with staffing? Are you having some of the same challenges as some of our
It's
other
a
markets?
continual challenge. Yes, it is. But we're starting to see some improvements. Starting in January, we've been running some job fairs, and we're actually starting to get some pretty good response, as to more so than we have over the last couple of years.
Do you still have a significant number of people that commute from Las Vegas to Laughlin, or are you?
Not very many. We have a few of our senior staff that commutes, but no, not very many.
So is your staff drawn then from Laughlin and the Bullhead area across the river?
Correct. Yeah, a lot of our staff has been at the properties for several years, 20 to 30 years.
They just seem to move from one
They
location
do,
to another.
right? Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't have any concerns with your personal background.
thank you very much.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Commissioner Brown?
Just briefly, thank you for appearing. I know you've been licensed 4 times before, so absolutely squeaky clean, no areas of concern at all for me, and most recently in 2021. So thank you. Nice to meet you. Just quickly, a question about the manufacturer distributor licenses that were inadvertently deactivated, and then they were reinstated immediately. Can somebody talk to me about how that error was detected? I know it was ameliorated pretty quickly, but just curious how it was caught.
That was after your CPR.
Yes, I did have a mild heart attack. We had a new person in finance who decided that they weren't necessary and decided not to pay the fee. And I found out in about 13 minutes, and we fixed it immediately. So it was an oversight. They didn't understand the licenses.
But how did somebody flag the issue? How did it come to your attention specifically?
It came to my attention because as chief of compliance, I see the licenses that come through. So the licensing manager reports to me, and we had mutual minor heart attacks.
Well, I'm glad that was resolved. Thank you. I have no other questions. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. We like to have those controls.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? At this time, it would appear it's proper for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'd also like to thank Agent Chad Jackson for
Thank you.
the investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Bally's Corporation to convert Twin River Management Group, Inc. to a limited liability company to be known as Bally's Management Group, LLC. It is also the application of Bally's Corporation for finding of suitability as sole member of Bally's Management Group to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda and for an amendment to their order of registration. You also have the applications of Bally's Management Group, LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for licensure as sole member of Premier Entertainment Tahoe, LLC, for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Tropicana Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, Inc., to pledge membership interest in equity securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Tropicana Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, Inc. and Tropicana Las Vegas Intermediate Holdings, Inc. to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. Finally, you have the applications of George Papinier and Craig Eaton for finding of suitability as a manager or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. Yes, Chair, I do have some disclosures. First, Craig Eaton is a client of Lewis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which I'm not personally involved, unrelated to this application. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I don't believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Also, Bally's Corporation is the parent of a current client, Bally's Interactive LLC, a client of Lewis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which I'm also not personally involved and completely unrelated to this application. And I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item as well as relates to that disclosure. And I don't believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Good
morning.
morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, and members of the staff, members and staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with Fenimore, and I'm appearing on the applications of Bally's Corporation and its affiliates as placed on the record by Madam Secretary. Point of personal privilege, if I might, we want to congratulate you, Commissioner Krolicki, on your appointment, and we want to express our continued appreciation of all of the commissioners for their continued service. With me on the application is Robeson Reeves, who currently serves as the president of the company's Interactive Division and will become Bally's Chief Executive Officer on April 1st, 2023. And Mr. Reeves is appearing by video with your permission and is the individual in screen most to my most left, to your most right. I would assume that this is reversed. Also with me is Lou Dorn, the company's Senior Vice President and General Counsel for North America. And we thank you again for allowing Mr. Reeves to make a video appearance today. We also have present, with your permission, by video conference, 2 subject matter experts, should they be necessary to respond to any inquiries by the board. First is John Olin Jones, Director of Corporate Services, and he is adjacent to Mr. Reeves, and Dan Tellisman, Executive Vice President, General Counsel International, who is on the my most right, I think probably your most left, assuming the screen is as I assume it to be. We thank the Commission for waiving the appearances of George Papinier and Craig Eaton, and would appreciate our thanks to Chief Hoffman, Deputy Chief Teggio, Supervisor Abba, and Agent Tina Logan for their professionalism and diligence in processing the applications. And with your leave, Chair, we have a affirmative presentation, if that please the Commission.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Before the Commission are the company's application for amendment of its order of registration filed on August 10th of last year, as well as related applications confirming findings of suitability and registrations and amending or renewing pledge approvals. The essential purpose of the application is to obtain approval of the board and commission for the conversion of Twin River Management Group, Inc., a registered intermediate holding company, from a Delaware corporation to a Delaware limited liability company, at which time Twin River will change its name to Bally's Management Group. In connection with that corporate application, we've filed individual applications of Mr. Papanier and Mr. Lavin, who will serve as the managers of Bally's Management Group, and Mr. Eaton, who will serve in the officer's capacity as secretary. Mr. Papanier and Mr. Eaton are licensees. They've been before the board and commission most recently on March 21st and in September of 2022. Mr. Lavin is an applicant and timely filed his application. He's in the investigative queue at this point. To review the transaction briefly with you, the conversion will be completed under the provisions of the Delaware Limited Liability Company Act, and it's achieved under that statute through certificates of formation and conversion that are filed with the Secretary of State in Delaware. The proposed effective date is March 31st, within a few days, subject to your favorable action today. At the time of the conversion, the name changed from Twin River to Bally's Management Group. The conversion is part of a corporate entity reorganization recommended by Deloitte Development LLC, and its purpose is to streamline the number of entities that were inherited in recent acquisitions, approve the integration of the interactive and the brick and mortar retail division, and align subsidiaries with their particular purpose. Right today, some of the interactive entities are under the retail side, some of the retail subsidiaries or intermediate companies are over on the interactive side. So this will create uniformity with the manner in which the company does its business through its divisions. It'll also create some uniform branding and achieve some tax efficiencies. The conversion is the only piece of multi-part initiative that is subject to regulatory approval under the Nevada Act and regulations. Once the reorganization is completed, limited liability pass-through entities will replace C corporations among several of the subsidiaries. All of the interactive business, as I said, will be aligned under the entities will be aligned under that division. All of the brick and mortar retail operations will be aligned under the retail division. And the resort hotels will remain under the Twin River column, now called Bally's Management Group. We have reviewed draft number 1 of the third revised registration order dated February 14th, and that proposed order is in proper form and content. That concludes our affirmative presentation. Be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
I was curious if there was an update on the potential appeal. Maybe we get updates after we get our initial investigation materials, and I'm not sure I saw anything about it. And it said, oh, we'll know in March of 23, early March, I think it said, or anything.
On which subject matter? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Nittany Mall project in Pennsylvania, the application was, approved, and then
Mr.
there's a time
Dorn
period.
Mr. Dorn will join me so that, because I do know he knows about the most recent developments in those two jurisdictions.
I can. Hello, for the record, Lou Dorn, with Bally's. Good morning, Charge Hog Valley, the board. So the license for our partner was approved by the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board, and the competing party on that license has filed that appeal, appealed it straight to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And there's a companion action pending before the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court that is handling the same issues pending. So our project there is on hold until these appeals are ironed out.
But based upon, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but based upon my review of this, is not an uncommon occurrence.
Yeah, not having practice in Pennsylvania, or no, I don't know.
Okay.
I can elaborate on that. I think that is a correct conclusion, Chair. In those jurisdictions, Native American is one of the leading, where the statutory scheme allows a competitor to object. This is not an uncommon situation, and Pennsylvania has that same system that is frequently seen in tribal contexts.
And based upon your experience, just not because it's particularly impactful to any decision I make here, but because of my curiosity, how long do those decisions take?
Well, I think it depends on the statutory scheme and the rights and privileges given. In the Native American context, it happens pretty quickly, usually within 6 months. I would not venture, as Mr. Dorn didn't, to try to predict how litigation processes in Pennsylvania. I have no clue if they're a fast track state or not. If my druthers would be, it'd be in Nevada versus Pennsylvania, just because of the size of the jurisdiction, but I don't have any other inclination. There have been instances where such challenges have gone on for years, but I don't understand that to be the Pennsylvania scheme.
And so if and when there's a decision there, the board will be updated.
Yes, yes. At a minimum, they'll be updated through the quarterly compliance scheme, but Agent Logan is the monitoring agent, and she and I have become fast friends since her appointment, so yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to my colleagues that may have any questions. Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Welcome, Mr. Reeser, Mr. Dorn. Mr. Reeser, thank you for your nice greetings. Again, we have a wonderful acquaintance, and I always appreciate your company and your expertise. Deloitte obviously the corporate structure is extraordinary. It gave me a headache last night looking at it again. But could you talk about the purpose of it, the restructure, and I believe it's largely tax incentivized, but just talk a little bit about Deloitte's recommendation and how it got to us today.
Certainly, as I intimated a few moments ago, Commissioner, Bally's, as other commissioners know, has gone through an incredibly large process of acquiring many entities in many different spaces in the omni-channel gaming space. It did so with the leadership of some good corporate lawyers at Jones Day, but to get transactions done quickly, entities were acquired, and they were not necessarily always acquired by a logical subsidiary. So the company, from a management standpoint, tries to put all of the interactive in one column and all of the brick and mortar retail in another column. You had interactive entities that had interests in brick and mortar, and more importantly, you had brick and mortar that were controlling interactive entities. So the first objective was to get the subsidiaries to the right side of the column. If it were a brick and mortar entity, brick and mortar entities would all be under that division, and the interactive all under the other. There were also a lot of, so you did mergers and acquisitions at the easiest level. So you might carry along a bunch of holding companies that you didn't really need afterwards. So you could collapse those holding companies. In many instances, you had layered C corps that could either be consolidated for tax purposes, or in some instances might have, under state or international law, multiple taxation points. So those were eliminated as well. So the Deloitte wanted to try to simplify the corporate structure. That has a regulatory reason as well. So you reduce the number of people who have to be registered and licensed. And also there were tax benefits. I don't want to overplay the tax benefits. There were multiple reasons for doing this.
Excellent answer. Thank you for the clarification, getting that on the record. If I can do a personal privilege here, 2 comments. One is, this is in my neighborhood. I can literally walk to Bally's Tahoe. And we've had an extraordinary winter. So again, not to digress too far from our business at hand, but love to hear a little bit about the weather impact. Probably since 51, 52, we've not seen as much snow, and the passes are impossible. So I'm not sure if someone can actually address directly the impacts of weather and Mother Nature, but it's been an extraordinary winter. And then I also want to say thank you to some of your predecessors in that property, and I hope the goodwill continues. But that dance theater, I'm a father of 3 daughters, and that stage has been used by the local community for decades, literally for different performances and things. And it's just been a very good neighbor, and I look forward to the ballets continuing that tradition in the Zephyr Cove state line area, Douglas County.
Commissioner, as to monetary impacts during the winter we are now starting to come out of, I'll let Mr. Reeves address that because he's probably the closest to the financial performance at that location. Mr. Dorner.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for allowing me to actually dial in remotely. I'm Robeson Reeves, President of Interactive and the incoming CEO of Bally's Corporation. Within Nevada, Tahoe has been a challenging region, as you've said, more because of the weather impact. That's largely being offset by our performance within our Tropicana property on the Strip, which is having a very good quarter. We expect performance to remain, and we are reviewing whether we should be proposing further investment in the property to scale the EBITDA. We expect to achieve $10 million of EBITDA in the Tropicana property, which is pretty much in line with expectations. We're happy with overall our corporate performance. Most of our casinos, they're performing very well and are showing great robust revenues and EBITDA. We'll continue to grow.
Well, again, it's a challenge when you have 13 atmospheric rivers inundating Lake Tahoe this past winter. It's truly been extraordinary. And part of the goodwill I had mentioned, and I know we always like to discuss those things, but your property in Tahoe has extended a special rate for those community folk who've been displaced because of the weather, roofs caved in, things like that. But the accommodation, again, out to the community to help house and feed them is something that is absolutely appreciated and noticed. Thank you.
And I'd be remiss in Mr. Papineer's absence if I didn't add that the company is excited about the convention center that's going to be.
It's way cool.
Yeah,
it's beautiful, and it's just about there. They were shoveling snow off its roof last week as well. But no, that'll be a extraordinary addition. And thank you for previous decision makers, but essentially it's the parking lot of what is now Bally's, where the new convention center is. But it'll be an extraordinary addition to the Tahoe.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is probably for Mr. Dorn. This has to do with Sinclair Broadcast Group. Yes, we've been aware, and I thank you, for the update that while there's been the failure, at the diamond level, which Bally's has no monetary responsibility and won't be named in the bankruptcy. That's all well and good. My question impacts the ultimate deal you made with Sinclair regarding, stock and warrants and ultimate, potential ownership of the company if certain things happen. By virtue of the failure of the diamond deal, did that impact any of the rights that Sinclair has to these stock warrants or options? Because, again, my materials state that this deal was, you went into it because you're going to get a whole lot of publicity, Bally Sports Network driving it, to the online type of thing. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. No, we're not expecting any impact from that. There are separate and distinct obligations that flow between our entities in Sinclair versus those that flow to Diamond. So Diamond is a naming rights agreement, but there are other distribution content rights, development of content with the Sinclair affiliates that are distinctly different.
So the benefit of the bargain is still there in your,
You believe so? Sure.
very good.
Yeah, and Commissioner Cohen, as we informed through Agent Logan, none of the share rights have been exercised by Sinclair at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, nice to see you. A very concise presentation as always. After I hear you speak, I have very few questions, which is a good thing. Just a little follow-up. I was watching the presentation before the board, and I understand that you'll exit the content aggregation business by the end of Q1. Could you maybe speak a little bit about where you are with that and the ramifications on the reduction in the workforce?
Sure. I think Mr. Dantal has been on the Zoom call and can probably elaborate on that.
Whoever's available, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Daniel Talisman. I'm the EVP and General Counsel for Interactive at Bally's, and thank you for the opportunity to respond to your question. The content aggregation business has been closed. It is immaterial in its size compared to the revenues of the overall group. And there are a very small number of employees who have been impacted, approximately 8 in number.
Thank you, sir. And I understood also that the next step was to evaluate the presence in the gray market. Where are you in that process? If you could go into that in just a bit more detail. Thank you.
Sure. We are continuing to evaluate those markets. We have determined guidelines that we have used to assess each of those respective markets. A large number of those markets have therefore already been closed as a result of the closure of the content aggregation business. So there are a small number that remain, and we're continuing to undertake that exercise internally, and we're passing reports up through the Bally's Corporation Compliance Committee, which I know find their way before this forum and others.
Thank you, sir. And what do you believe your timeline is to conclude that analysis on the gray market?
That there are a number of commercial factors that we need to take into consideration, including contract terms. There are 2 particular relationships that we are analyzing at the moment, and we'll be coming to a position on those, I would have thought, fairly shortly, probably one ahead of the other. And we look forward to bringing a report before our own compliance committee when it meets again, I think, in Q2.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the clarification. I don't have any other areas of concern.
Thank you.
Any additional follow-up questions or comments? I don't believe we have any additional questions. Thank you very much for your appearances before the board and us. It appears this matter is ripe for a motion. Commissioner Krolicki?
Sure, thank you. It's my pleasure to make a motion to approve non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being
Madam
none?
Chair.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
That would be draft number 1 of the February 14th order.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right?
Yes, that's what you read, but that's the motion.
Yeah.
But I have the.
And I accept that, and if record to reflect, thank you, that draft.
And I believe it's the same as in our materials. So yes. So there being no discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here, both virtually and in person. We really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Robeson Reeves for finding of suitability as an officer and director at Bally's Corporation. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. I would like to incorporate the disclosure I made moments ago in connection with item number 4 in connection with Bally's, and if necessary, I'm happy to read that. Do I need to read it back in? Thank you. I'll just incorporate that by reference and reiterate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the board. Dan Reeser again with Fenimore. I'm pleased again to introduce and appear with Robeson Reeves on his application for finding suitability as an officer and director in connection with his role as Chief Executive Officer and as a continuing director of Bally's Corporation. We appreciate your accommodation in allowing Mr. Reeves to appear by video today, and our thanks to Chief Hoffman, Deputy Chief Rippey, Supervisor Moyle, and Special Agent Chamberlain for their professionalism and diligence in processing the application, and for Mr. Moyle and Ms. Chamberlain having spent time with Mr. Reeves in Great Britain. With your leave, we have a very brief affirmative presentation.
Please, thank you.
In accordance with the requirements of NGC Regulation 16.410, Mr. Reeves timely filed his individual suitability application on November 2nd, having joined the company as president of the Interactive Division in conjunction with the combination of GameSys and Bally's. On February 13th, we amended that application to reflect his appointment as the CEO on the announcement of Mr. Fenton's departure at the end of this month. By way of background, to introduce Mr. Reeves, he hails from Wolverhampton, United Kingdom. He received his honors degree in managerial statistics and operations research from the University College London in 2005. Upon graduation, he worked at Mice and Dice as a qualitative analyst and game statistician. In April of 2009, he joined the GameSys organization and has been in a number of progressively responsible roles, including as a business process officer for Games and Bingo, gaming operations manager, director of gaming operations, chief operating officer, a role that he assumed in 2015. He's licensed or found suitable in Mississippi, Missouri, and Tennessee. He's received temporary licenses on transactional waivers in Indiana, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. He otherwise remains under application in 16 jurisdictions where he's filed. Mr. Reeves is available to respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I believe, sir, you told Board Member Watkins that you, in light of this new position, you'll no longer chair the ESG. I think that's what you said. And I was just curious who's taking over. And if that was mentioned at the board meeting and I missed it, I apologize.
No, absolutely fine. Yes, I stepped down from being chair of ESG. It is Kim Lee, EVP of Legal.
Well, I want to welcome you again and tell you that that in my view, you know, your qualifications are very impressive, and I support your application, and I don't have any additional questions, but I will certainly open it up to my colleagues. It appears we have Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. I appreciate your time very much. I think your background is impressive. You've really worked your way up through the ranks over the years, and appreciate the work that you've been doing with the ESG. I know that you're stepping down as the chair, but you will still be a member of the committee. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I think it really resonated with me, the statements that you made before the board, that talent should always shine through. And I think it's important to recognize that. But could you tell us a little bit about the work that you've done with the ESG? And specifically, I know that there are some recent changes in the law that allow you to capture certain data to understand better pay disparities and other issues to allow progress. Maybe you could just enlighten us about how that's going in light of the change in the laws, and how you envision that moving forward going.
Yeah, it's painful. The laws vary significantly by country. In North America, you're much more able to capture diversity information. You can actually guess if necessary, which will help to be able to really use that data alongside career level. So you monitor career level, gender, ethnicity, and what I want is there to be equalization amongst level, and then as a separate assessment, because there's two prongs which you have to follow here, understand if there's equal degrees of progression and balance within your organization. I have a very strong belief that if your organization represents your customer base, your intuition will carry you through as well. So you'll actually lead to having better business, and it's right as well, which is very important. The law changes and the challenges have been found in Europe and the UK, and it's much more difficult to capture diversity information there. We are making progress. We had to change all of our employment policy to solve for data privacy laws. Still, though, right now, we only have half the population of our organization in Europe with diversity information alongside them. We can put in gender, that's totally allowed. You can put in age, we can't put in ethnicity yet. I definitely want that, and you have to treat it very much at a local level because minority groups vary by country. But all that I want is for everyone to have the opportunities that I've had in my career to be able to do a good job for the company, but also reach your potential and keep on just enjoying life and progressing business.
Thank you so much for that clarification, and congratulations on your success. I mean, I think you're like 39 years old and you're at the top, so well done. Just interested in so many different licensing applications you've done in 16 various jurisdictions. How have you found the process comparatively here in Nevada?
In Nevada, I was extremely impressed by the professionalism and actually the interview quality that I received with your officers who visited me in London. It's been relatively simple to fill in this information. Getting the information is a big challenge, as you can imagine. So finding your full history, and the first time I did any of these applications in the past, I was not married. So then I had to persuade my wife to unlock all of this information too. I found it relatively easy and have received the appropriate degree of clarity to make sure I could fill in all of our documentation. So thank you, and I really appreciate it. The quality has been fantastic, and we will be better every time.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that, and congratulations on your success. I don't have any areas of concern, and happy to meet you.
Thank you.
Commissioner
I'll
Korlicki.
just add, we hope that we helped shed light on your wife's past during the process. All interesting. Your CV is just incredibly impressive. So again, I'll echo the well done. Thank you, sir.
Very kind. Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing else, it would appear that this is proper for a motion.
I'd be happy to make that motion, Madam Chair. I'd move for approval of non-restricted agenda item number 4 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of GNNV Holdings LLC for registration as an intermediary company. It is also the application of Fertitta Entertainment LLC for finding of suitability as member and manager as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of GNLV LLC and GNL LLC for transfers of interest as noted on the agenda, and the applications of GNNV Holdings LLC for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Finally, you have the applications of Tillman Fertitta, Stephen Scheinthal, and Richard Leem for finding of suitability as a key executive as noted on the agenda. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, Executive Secretary Rupert. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. Thank you for waiving the appearances of Tillman Fertitta, Richard Leem, and Stephen Scheinthal. All 3 have been licensed here in Nevada for several years, and they have made appearances before the board and the commission. Just a brief overview on the application. It's a corporate restructuring We are seeking to register a new Nevada intermediary company, GNNV Holdings LLC. The Nevada licensees, GNL LLC doing business as Golden Nugget Laughlin and GNLV LLC doing business as Golden Nugget are currently owned by Fertitta Entertainment LLC. Following approval, Fertitta Entertainment will transfer its membership interests in those two entities to this new Nevada intermediary company. It's being done for tax reasons. In addition to the transfer of interest and the registration of this company, you also have the suitability applications of the individuals noted in your agenda as executives of this new company.
Thank you. Fairly straightforward. So I will open it up for any questions you may have of council. Any questions?
Just a very basic question, and I'm sure you have a good answer. So it's going from one LLC into GNNV LLC, which is another LLC, same type of company.
Yes.
So I'm not understanding the tax issue if it's from one LLC to another. I know that it's going to be holding the two Nevada companies here.
Right. And Commissioner Brown, I'm neither an accountant or a
Okay.
tax expert. What I understand is because those two entities will now be owned by this Nevada LLC, that revenues that are earned here by the Nevada casinos won't be able to be captured by other states outside of Nevada.
That's a perfect answer because I understand it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, appears we don't have any additional questions. Does anyone have a motion?
Sure, Chair. I will move for approval of non-restricted item number 5. Thank you.
Right.
As recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
All right, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. At this time, how's our court reporter doing? Good, okay. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications by Landry's Gaming LLC, Fertitta Entertainment LLC, and GNNV Holdings LLC to pledge membership interests as noted on the agenda. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
You could state your name again for the record.
Good morning again, Commissioner. Madam Secretary, again, Sonia Vermaze from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Barber Schreck. This application is a standard equity pledge approval. The companies did a refinancing back in January of 2022. It consisted of a credit agreement with both a term loan and a revolving facility, the issuance of secured notes and the issuance of non-secured notes. And we are requesting approval of the equity pledges set forth in your agenda. Once approved, these will add to the security for these financings.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Vermaze? Straightforward. There being no questions, at this time, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation today. You're getting off easy with the equity pledge
I am.
application. I think is pretty straightforward, and I really don't have questions. So with that, I'm happy to make a motion to approve non-restricted item number 6, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Century Casinos, Inc. for registration as a publicly traded corporation, for acquisition of control of Nugget Sparks LLC, and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Century Nevada Acquisition, Inc. It is also the application of Century Nevada Acquisition, Inc. for registration as an intermediary company, for licensure as sole member and manager of Nugget Sparks LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Nugget Sparks LLC doing business as Nugget Casino Resort for transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Finally, you have the applications of Erwin Heitzman, Peter Hotzinger, Andreas Turler, Margaret Stapleton, Timothy Wright, Nicholas Muscari, and Gottfried Schellman for finding of suitability as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda, and the applications of Erwin Heitzman and Peter Hotzinger for finding of suitability as beneficial owner and controlling beneficial owner as noted on the agenda. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for
Morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm pleased to be here on behalf of Century Casinos, Inc. I would like to start with making introductions of all the applicants and as well as some other Century team members. I'll start with and ask the applicants to stand when I call their name, please. Erwin Heitzman, who is one of the co-founders of Century Casinos, Inc., and the co-chief executive officer and chairman of the board of directors. Peter Hotzinger, who is also co-founder of Century Casinos, Inc., co-chief executive officer and vice chairman of the board of directors. Margaret Stapleton. Margaret is chief financial officer for Century Casinos, Inc., and she is also secretary and treasurer and a member of the board of directors of Century Nevada Acquisition, Inc., which is the applicant for a registration as the intermediary company. Andreas Turler. Andreas is executive vice president of operations USA, and he's also president and a director of Century Nevada Acquisition, Inc. Timothy Wright. Tim is the chief accounting officer for Century Casinos, Inc., and a member of the board of directors of Century Nevada Acquisition, Inc. Godfrey Shellman. Mr. Shellman is an independent member of the board of directors of Century Casinos, Inc., and the chairman of the audit committee. And Nicholas Muscari, who is the chief information officer for Century Casinos, Inc. I would also like to introduce Mark Sturbins, who is general manager and senior vice president of the Nugget Hotel and Casino in Sparks. He's been the general manager and senior vice president of the Nugget since 2016, and the commission licensed him at that time in that position. And Mr. Sturbins has agreed to stay on if the acquisition moves forward and the transaction. I'd also like to introduce Angie Tyree, who is the corporate compliance officer. With that, Chair Tagliati, I can read in all the approvals or just refer to the agenda. We do have a presentation that we've abbreviated somewhat, and I'll have Mr. Turler come up and provide that presentation. You have the materials for you, I believe, the presentation that we provided to the Gaming Control Board.
We do. Thank you.
After we go through the presentation and any questions the commissioners may have, we can introduce all the applicants again and let them go through their background for the record and any questions with the commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Executive Secretary Rupert. My name is Andreas Steller. I'm Executive Vice President of Operations of Century Casinos. Thank you very much for having us today. For my presentation, I will use the same deck as presented to the board. I will, however, shorten some of the information provided in a company overview. I will then proceed to the financial and capital structure, followed by the compliance discussion. I will skip the discussion about how we operate, and I will then spend more time on our plans for the Nugget Casino Resort. So please follow me through the presentation, as I will be providing page numbers to jump to. Should I skip anything of interest for you, please let me know. We are very much prepared to answer any questions you may have. Without further ado, I kindly ask you to turn to page 3 of the presentation. Dr. Erwin Heitzman, Peter Hotzinger, founded Century Casinos in late 1992. 2 years later, they merged with a company that had just gone public. And through that merger, Century Casinos became a Nasdaq-listed company in 1994. Since then, for more than 30 years, Erwin and Peter have led the company. In fact, both had successful careers in the gaming industry even before they formed Century Casinos, and they both never worked in a job outside the casino industry. I find this an amazing commitment to our company in the industry. Century Casinos is a multi-channel US gaming company with land-based casino resorts, 3 horse race tracks, online gaming, online and retail sports betting, and pari-mutuel on and off track horse betting. We operate about 6,100 slot machines, 220 live tables in our casinos in 3 countries, These are the United States, Canada, and Poland. Our properties cater to a local and regional customer base. Most customers live within a 90-minute driving range from our properties. We are very proud of the depth and experience of our management team and board members who have been working with Erwin and Peter for many years and combined have a significant stake in the company. With this, we move on to page 6. Century Casinos currently employs around 2,800 team members with an even split between male and female. On the management level, we have 37% female, and to be precise, I'm talking about the salaried management positions at corporate and the properties, 37%. On the company's board level, the female percentage is 20%. On the next slide, I would like to point out that we are aiming at being good neighbors and corporate citizens. We are committed to the environment, we care about our social responsibility, and proper corporate governance is important to us. Next, page 8. We bundle our activities in the communities where we operate under the Century Cares brand. You can see employees participating in fundraisers, highway cleanups, local parades, community events, and much more at our properties. We are planning to introduce a Nugget Cares program at the Nugget Casino Resort in the future. Page 9. From a geographical perspective, we operate in the United States with currently 5 properties. 2 are the legacy properties in Colorado, and then the 3 properties we acquired at the end of 2019 from Caesars Entertainment. 2 are in Missouri, and 1 is in the northern panhandle of West Virginia. Currently, 2 acquisitions are pending. The Nugget Casino Resort in Sparks, Nevada, which is the reason why we are here today, and the Rocky Gap Casino Resort in Maryland. 75% of our operating income is generated in the US. After completion of the 2 pending acquisitions, the percentage will go further up above 80%. Page 19. In Alberta, Canada, we have 2 casinos and 2 racing entertainment centers, short RAC. They have horse race tracks. RACs are basically casinos without live table games. Their casino licenses are tethered to horse racing. Notably is that 3 of the 4 assets in Alberta are ground up or greenfield developments completed by us in 2006, 2014, and 2019, respectively. 14% of our operating income comes from these 4 properties in Alberta. Finally, in Poland, we operate 8 small boutique-style casinos in 6 cities. These casinos are situated in leased venues at upscale hotels. We own 2/3 of Casinos Poland, and 1/3 is ultimately owned by the Polish state, a setup which works very well. Poland contributes 11% to our operating income. Any questions about our properties? With this,
I'm sorry, I'm supposed to speak with the microphone on. I don't think so, and I think that the geographic presentation of the properties that you went through at the board meeting were very helpful for us to consider. So thank you.
Thank you. With this, I'd like to walk us through the financing of the Nugget acquisition, page 27. To fund the acquisition of the Nugget, we entered into a term loan with Goldman Sachs. We borrowed a total of $350 million. It's structured with quarterly principal payments of 0.25% of the original balance, with the balance due at maturity. Our current interest rate is the secured overnight financing rate, short SOFR, plus 6%, for a total of currently around 10.7%. For the Nugget transaction, we used $350 million loan and $25 million of our cash to repay our existing loan with Macquarie Capital. $100 million was deposited into an escrow account to fund the acquisition of the Nuggets operating company, the OpCo. And $95 million was used to purchase 50% of Smooth Bourbon. This is the property company. In addition to the $350 million term loan, we also have a $30 million revolver with Goldman. To date, we have not borrowed on that revolver. Page 29 shows the current and anticipated leverage ratios of the company once the Nugget transaction and the acquisition of Rocky Gap closes. As you can see, we maintain a very conservative balance sheet and are comfortable with our current and anticipated ratios. Closing the acquisitions will lower our current ratios due to the additional EBITDA generated at these properties without any additional borrowing. If required, we can support the Rocky Gap acquisition with the Goldman revolver. Borrowing the full revolver would have a minimal impact on our debt ratios. In short, we are well capitalized to complete the acquisitions and to support various CapEx projects we already committed to at our properties. So these were a lot of numbers in financial terms. Do you have any questions about the foregoing?
I don't believe anybody has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Then let's move on to our commitment to compliance. Turning to page 32. Our Chief Financial Officer is Margaret Stapleton, who goes as Peggy. Her personnel career experience has over 25 years of regulatory compliance and internal audit. Peggy, and frankly all of us here at Century, understand that compliance is of the utmost importance. Peggy evaluated our compliance structure based on the acquisition in Nevada and recommended in fall of last year that we go ahead and do the following. To create a corporate director of compliance role to strengthen the oversight of our compliance teams at our properties, to set up a compliance committee, to draft a corporate compliance plan based on Nevada specific requirements. As of today, the corporate director of compliance has been selected, and she has been working in this role for a couple of months. The compliance committee has been formed and already had its inaugural meeting. The next meeting will take place in early April. The compliance plan has been written, reviewed, and approved by our compliance committee and our board of directors. We already evaluated our internal controls and implemented the new compliance plan into our current company-wide business processes. On page 33, please allow me to introduce our compliance committee and our compliance officer. Century is very fortunate to have Dennis Nylander, who is transitioning from the compliance committee of the Nugget to the chair of Century Casino's corporate compliance committee. He has been instrumental in assisting us with setting up the compliance committee and the compliance plan. Mike Labadie brings a wealth of experience to our compliance committee and will welcome his expertise. So, Century Casino's compliance committee consists of 2 independent compliance committee members plus Peggy. Our corporate director of compliance, Angie Tyree, who is here with us today, has extensive gaming and banking compliance as well as internal audit backgrounds. She already implemented the compliance plan, as I mentioned before. Finally, we wanted to point out that in addition to the compliance plan, we will also implement our Sarbanes-Oxley internal control framework at the Nugget as part of our transition plan. We are required to do so as a public company. This brings us to page 38 and a discussion about our plans for the Nugget. We just wanted to tell you why we love the Nugget. We won't go through all these points in detail. Let me just tell you from my perspective. Having done ground-up casino developments, this is a very complicated matter. It takes many years and it comes with a lot of risks. It's wonderful to acquire an existing property which is already operating, has its established customer base, an experienced management team, and in the case of the Nugget, had $90 million invested into upgrades within the last few years. Since we announced our plans to acquire the Nugget in February of last year, we have been asked frequently about our plans. Our answers have been consistently the same. Our plans for the Nugget are to retain all management and staff at the Nugget, to provide substantially similar benefits packages and 401k plans to current plans for all employees, to keep the Nugget brand, to retain key IT systems like slot accounting, loyalty, F&B, and hotel credit systems, and to replace a few IT systems like finance and payroll systems. We will be providing sufficient training for all users of newly introduced software, and we will ensure the continued compliance with internal control procedures. Our goal is a smooth transition that is not noticeable for customers and is both reassuring and positive for all Nugget team members. Page 40. The Nugget has a lot of improvements done to it in certain areas, as the hotel, convention center, outdoor amphitheater, in addition of a new steakhouse over the course of the last few years. We have some photos for you on this slide to demonstrate what has been accomplished, in case you haven't been at the Nugget recently. Page 41. There are other areas, though, which have not been touched and will need improvement. Let me explain a few. The Nugget is a towering presence in Sparks and Reno. If you arrive from California by car or from the east or west on I-80 or by airplane upon final approach, you will see the two iconic hotel towers of the Nugget. However, as you can see on slide 41, the Nugget's exterior looks dated. In fact, it looks like an old office building. It does not suggest that there's entertainment and much more happening inside. We will totally transform the perception with new paint, new Nugget signage on the hotel towers in the garage, better illumination of the facade at night, and a new electronic marquee display along I-80. We hope that you concur with us that this will make quite a difference. There are other areas which need attention. The slot floor misses sufficient modern slot machines and does not have the right ambience. The average age of slot machines is currently 15 years. This is much older compared to the averages at our other properties. So as a first step, we are ready to go ahead with the purchase of 100 new slot machines. This represents 12% of the slot floor immediately after being approved to acquire the Nugget. Also, we are planning to build a new casino space of about 17,000 square feet on the south side of the Nugget, right between both hotel towers in a currently unused space. This new casino floor will also feature a very cool signature bar. When it comes to F&B, the centrally located high-volume restaurant with the name Rose's Cafe also needs update. It looks dated. We decided to give it a significant refresh. On the marketing side, we are planning to continue with the existing marketing program, which is sophisticated and very solid. For this purpose, we entered into a marketing transition services agreement with the seller, whose corporate marketing team will continue to do things like direct mailers and database marketing for a minimum of 6 months. Layers will maintain the points, balances, and comps. We will introduce a digital loyalty app for our customers. We have such an app already at all other properties with great success. Our customers have information about promotions, events, offers, and point balances at their fingertips. We will put more emphasis on social media. And we will introduce a referral program for our customers in the US, of the other properties, who will be enticed to come, enjoy, and play our new flagship property, the Nugget Casino Resort. With all these changes, we will achieve an overall better and more consistent experience for our local and non-local customers, which will hopefully translate into more financial success and more gaming taxes generated by the Nugget. This concludes our presentation. We are now happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have a question. I know that in our materials and in the information that we have thus far, that there's not going to be a change related to employees. that there will be no changes to the current employees, and that they will see improvement from status quo as far as human resource tools that you have and other things that will be available to employees, which is certainly great to hear. I just have differing information. We have differing information in the materials. At one point, it references 575 employees, and then at a different location, it says 850. So I was just curious. That's a big difference. And I don't know if they were referring to FTEs versus part-timers in total, or is it 575, 850, something in between? Average it together.
I think the best person to answer this is Mark Stearns.
Okay.
Good morning, Mark Sturman for the record. Madam Chair, Madam Secretary. The 575 number is our full-time, part-time employees. We have about 200 on-call employees for banquets and for outboard.
I see. Okay, that explains it. Okay, I was wondering. Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions of my colleagues. Commissioner Krolicki has questions or comments.
Thank you. Welcome. I know many of you have traveled a distance to be with us today, and always appreciate it. You've got a whole team here. You could have rented a bus coming to the Sawyer building today, but welcome. What a comprehensive presentation. Thank you for doing that. This is such an iconic, storied building and casino. The history is something that really is part of Northern Nevada in particular. From the Rose and John Esquaga, and certainly the Marnell family, you've got big and wonderful shoes to fill, and I have no doubt that you will do it ably. And your global experience bringing it to the Northern Nevada market, I think is incredibly well received, and I wish you luck. Just a couple quick questions, if I might. And Mike Alonso, it's always a pleasure to see you. You're exquisitely good at what you do, and the Century folks chose wisely to have you with them today. But I'm just a couple bullet points questions, and then I'll, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
So the Marnell Group, I believe, is going to continue operating the facility for some time, maybe 6 months or so under contract. Is that correct?
They will not. The Century will operate the property. Marnell has agreed to a transition services agreement, and that's primarily marketing related. It's a flat fee. It's not tied to any revenue, but they've agreed to help in that transition part, market side primarily.
Perfect. And then I'm amused in the presentation when you said excellent exposure. Yes, you do. You can't help the airplane has to steer around it, and certainly the folks on I-80, they can look in the windows when they drive by. I recall multiple conversations with the Esquagos and Mr. Marnell about I-80 and the implications and the challenges. So yeah, easy on, easy off. But what is the current status of the I-80 potential expansion and NDOT's efforts? I know everyone's aware of it, but just an update if there is one on NDOT's plans.
Let me try to answer, and Andreas can catch me if I fall. Right now, they're still working towards something other than the project that would impact Nugget, essentially. It's been a long, complicated process, but that's kind of the direction that NDOT's in now. I think from the Century standpoint, and Andreas can explain it further, he's very well versed in this. They've looked at all of those options just in case if NDOT changes its position, and they're prepared to deal with that, make changes if necessary, feel very comfortable with that if they had to do it.
I've worn many hats in my career for Nevada, and one of them was vice chair of the Department of Transportation Board. So I just urge you to keep in very close contact with them, and those plans, those things take many, many years to come together. But it's always better to stay in front of it, as I'm sure you are. And then
Commissioner, Anthony Marnell has been involved in this from the beginning. He's stayed involved, and the Marnell Group will continue to be part of the ownership property side, landlord side. So he continues to have an interest in working with the state as well.
Good. No, you're well served. And then the last is I'm a student of governance, and I see that Mr. Sheldman, I believe you're here today. You're obviously you introduced as an independent director, but you wear many hats. And I know you've got on your compliance committee some very formidable Nevadans on there and others. But sir, you chair audit, comp, and nom-gov committees. And I just find that very unusual that you chair 3 committees, again, with other independent directors being present. But could you just give me some history on how you worn the 3 hats?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Secretary. Yes, it has just historic reasons. I came in to the company as one of the first investors. It was 1992 when Erwin and Peter told me what project they have in the United States. And I trusted them, went to my wife, asked her whether she will agree to help me to fund an acquisition in the shares of the company by guaranteeing me a loan. So, and historically, I joined the audit committee 1997, and I took over the chair of the audit committee after my honorable friend Bob Eichberg passed away. So, but before having done that, Bob asked me to chair the compensation committee. So it was for historic reasons that I stepped in before I took over the chair of the audit committee, the compensation committee. And then I was asked, yes, can you do the third one, the governance committee? And I said, yes, why not? I'm acquainted with the company. I have a good oversight over the laws in the United States. I was always a little bit committed to this region and to these laws. So I did it.
I appreciate the explanation, and that all makes sense. It's still unusual.
Yeah, I know, but historic reasons are as they are.
No, I understand. Well, thank you for traveling for this. And just for the record, I've discovered my colleague, Commissioner Brown, is a German speaker living in Munich. And I was rude when I walked by you quickly saying good morning to you in German as well. But we could have maybe managed this meeting in German today.
Guten Morgen, guten Morgen.
Danke sehr.
Any further question?
Nine.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just, to keep the record clear on the compliance, I just wanted to go back. If the commission approves this transaction, we obviously would need to come back and submit the compliance plan, the corporate compliance officer, and the compliance committee members to the board chair, Chair Hendrick, for administrative approval, and we plan on doing that. The company was very good about setting that up in advance and not waiting for this to happen because they saw the value in it. And so we set that up, hopefully, to work within the framework the board and the commission expect from public companies. Any other questions? And I'll bring up the individuals to give some background on themselves. And
Commissioner Brown has questions.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good to see you. Welcome, everybody. Guten Morgen. Danke. Thank you for coming all this way. Just wanted to mention first and foremost the picture on page 41 in the presentation of how it will look, subject to approval is beautiful. Can somebody provide me with the timeline of anticipated completion of this new facade with the beautiful red and the light gray and the red strip of light going down the angle? Looks lovely.
For the record, my name is Andreas Derler. We already started looking into this about half a year ago, so we are pretty much ready to go, but it's a big building. The painting will take almost a year. And the signage can be ordered right away and would also take at least half a year. And obviously, you would want to paint it first and then put a sign job.
Okay, so when I go back to Reno in a year, it might look like this, hopefully.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, excellent. Could I just ask maybe some questions about the Genesis story going back? I'm trying to understand what was the driving force that moved the expansion from Colorado to Canada and then Poland in the 90s. Could somebody talk to me about that? Like, how did that come to transpire and be?
Good morning. My name is Peter Hötzinger. I'm co-CEO of Century Casinos, Inc. When we first started out with developing the company, it was Colorado, which was our home market. And then it was pretty much on an opportunistic basis that we grew. We did not have a lot of money. When Erwin and I founded the company, we had $1.7 million. So we started out with a very small casino in Colorado. And then grew opportunistically in terms of size of the casinos, the amount of the purchase price or the development price. And so we started with smaller operations. Canada offered a great opportunity to come in with relatively little investment amount. And then we grew larger. And in 2019, we got the opportunity to acquire 3 casinos from El Dorado with the help of a Macquarie term loan. That was a big step for our company. And now 3.5 years later, we are ready for the next large step.
And how did you expand to Poland? Like, how did that come to happen?
When Erwin and I, before we founded Century Casinos in 1992, we worked at Casinos Austria, which is a company that has all casinos in Austria and some casinos outside of Austria. At that time, and we're talking 1988, the Polish government approached Casinos Austria, and Erwin and I were in charge of their international division to set up the first ever casino in their country for tourists. And that led to a joint venture between Casinos Austria and the Polish government through their airline lot. And through that joint venture, the first casino in the Marriott Hotel in Warsaw was born in 1988. Then we left, Erwin and I left Casinos Austria in 92, but we always stayed in touch with the local management in Poland. And probably maybe 15 years ago, an opportunity arose to buy into that company, Casinos Poland. The Austrians had sold out in the meantime. We always kept in touch. And yeah, so we know that gaming market from its inception. Today we have invested about $15 million into it, and our annual share of the EBITDA is about 7 or 8 million. So it has turned out to be a very successful investment.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. That makes a lot more sense now. Is there somebody who can speak to me just quickly about the consolidated balance sheets as of September 2022, and then there's one through 21 and 20. It's the consolidated one. I just had one quick question about a specific line item.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Margaret Stapleton, and I'm the CFO.
Thank you so much for appearing. So on the balance sheet, there's a line item for restricted cash, and it's for the September 30th, 2022 one. Can you explain the reference here under assets listed at 0 for 2021, and then for 22 it goes up to 100,100? I just wanted to understand.
So the restricted cash on the balance sheet, we borrowed the money from Goldman Sachs last year for this transaction, and the 100 million is sitting in an escrow account to pay for the transaction.
All right. Thank you. That explains it. And then quick question about, I don't know who can answer this, and whoever has the answer can come up, about Bath liquidation that was completed upon the date of the dissolution and deletion of the Century Bath Limited from Century's register back in October 18th of 2022. I don't know exactly, if somebody can answer, what dividend was ultimately paid to the creditors by the appointed liquidator. So I'm not sure what the estimated amount was of the unsatisfied claims total and how much was paid by the liquidator. Does anybody have an answer to that? Thank you.
For the record, my name is Andreas Teller. We have been asked this question before, and we can't answer it because once you enter into a liquidation like that in UK, it's out of your hands. They just liquidate whatever assets they are. And after almost 2 years, we got the notice that everything has been completed and that the company has been liquidated.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a quick question about the delay that you were dealing with the Parliament of Bermuda to adopt the rules and regulations. And then I think there was a termination. Is the termination completely finished with the Hamilton Properties project?
Yes, we terminated both the management agreement and the funding agreement mutually. It was more than 5 years. I was personally involved in this project. I would have loved to do it, but it didn't work for many reasons beyond our controls.
And when was that terminated? When were both of those terminated?
It was terminated February, if not January of this year.
Okay.
But very recently.
Is there any chance after all of the 5 years that you've invested in that potential project that could be revisited if the regulations are finally amended or modified to make it hospitable?
The answer is no.
Okay, that's a straight answer. One other quick question I had about so the Century Casino Cape Girardeau expansion project. I don't know who can speak to that, but I noticed that in order to add the hotel to join the casino, the estimated amount for that project is 30.5 million. But I noted that the funding, I believe, as far as the materials I saw back in September 30th of 2022 was at 1.4 million. Has there been additional funding to make up the delta? Because it's substantial.
For the record, my name is Andres Stella. I have this is the amount which had been spent by that time. Construction started in fall of last year. These are effectively the costs for the architects and for the management company, which helps us to run the project, and a little bit of digging in the dirt. Most of the money we'll spend this year until April of next year, and we will self-fund this development from cash flow from the property.
Okay, and has any more been funded other than the 1.4 million since September of 2022?
Absolutely. Becky, would you know?
For the record, Margaret Stapleton. Yes, we've been funding it all along. We've probably spent another 4 to 5 million here in late last year and Q1 of this year.
Okay, so you're up at like 6 million at least aggregate so far for the 30.5?
Probably around.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if anybody can speak to this. I saw a beautiful picture of the community projects everyone's involved in, and can somebody talk to me about 1 or 2 charities or projects you're involved in any of the communities, and what maybe you plan on doing in terms of ESG community projects here in Nevada?
So when it comes to Missouri, the properties are very involved in the communities. These casinos are lighthouses in the communities when it comes to taxes. They're generating also employment. But on top of that, we do many things. Our property parking, for example, is very popular for community events, for concerts. We work in tandem with the mayor, and I guess we do things which makes sense. For example, highway cleanup is always a very important matter, where we get employees together. We have obviously cars and trucks to support that. I didn't mention, but we did a vaccination. We provided space for vaccination clinics. But I guess it is the goal to support people in need, and we are looking at whatever makes most sense. I cannot tell you that there is something which we won't do if it makes sense. Quite the opposite. Whatever the need is in the community, we'll look at.
Well, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I don't have any other questions.
You had another question about the nugget.
Yes.
Yeah, and the nugget, I can tell you, we would work with Mark and his team. I don't know what the need is, but Mark knows.
Okay.
Mark Sturman's DGM, and this is what we would look at.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your time. Danke.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Cohen?
I think I need Stapleton for a second.
For the record, Margaret Stapleton.
Actually, afternoon. The company expects the interest coverage ratio to improve going forward. Now, that's based upon the fact that the two acquisitions are accretive to your earnings.
That's correct.
My question is a broader. First of all, it's a great presentation, and I get it. And I understand why the debt went up because you borrowed, and but the interest ratio will come down because of this accretive purchase. Have you noticed a change in the credit markets? Because while you're doing this, there's been the upheaval in the world. Has it impacted Century at all, or your ability to borrow?
First off, the interest rates have gone up substantially, which is impacting us because our loan is on a floating rate. So having the Nugget folded in and being able to utilize their cash flow for that $100 million that we have sitting on the balance sheet will be fantastic. As far as the credit markets, we haven't gone out to any credit markets recently to be looking, but I don't know that we haven't seen any pullback really from any of our investment banking.
That's really the important point I wanted to make. So it seems business as usual despite some
So far,
fluctuations.
business as usual. Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stapleton.
Any additional questions or comments before we move to the individuals?
Thank you very much. So I would like to call up Erwin Heitzman, please.
Sir, thank you for your appearance this afternoon. If you could state your name for the record and introduce yourself.
Very good. Good afternoon or einen schönen Nachmittag.
Danke,
Sure.
danke.
My name is Erwin Heitzman, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Executive Secretary Rupert. I'm Chairman and Co-Chief Executive Officer of Century Casinos Inc. I studied business administration at the University Linz in Austria. And while I was doing that, I was also a full-time dealer in a casino in Austria, dealing mainly the games of 21 roulette. After I've finished my master's degree, I decided to go on for the doctorate. And as a topic I chose, for my thesis, I chose international marketing strategy for casino companies. In that context, I came in 1978 to Las Vegas to do the literature studies at UNLV, because at that time it was very difficult. There was not internet, and it was a different situation, obviously. I stayed for about half a year in Las Vegas, and I really enjoyed it very much. As I mentioned in the last presentation, I stayed at the Enchanted Gardens, an apartment complex, may or may not still exist, and I have good memories to that time back then. When I came back to Austria, I was offered the position of being in charge of the International Division of Casinos Austria. I accepted that, and I held that position for 11 years. A few years in, my now partner, Peter Hötzinger, joined me as my deputy, and Peter and I, the following 10 years, developed Casinos Austria International to a company managing around 100 casinos in 20 plus countries. In 1992, we decided to leave Casinos Austria and form our own company, as mentioned earlier, from Century Casinos. And through a so-called reverse triangular merger in 1994, we became a publicly traded company traded on NASDAQ. So this year is our 29th year that we have been traded on NASDAQ. And we've made it quite a journey from being a very, very small cap company to what is now what we are today. Within Century, Peter and I are making all CEO decisions jointly. And when it comes to the executive committee, my focus is on operations. That would be it in a nutshell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You also have the Italian pronunciation of my last name, so your language skills are impressive. I will defer any questions on background to my colleagues. Anything?
I can start. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you, traveling this far. You're a brave man to have lived in Enchanted Gardens in the 80s. I lived there.
I didn't know.
I lived there in 1983, I think, 83 or 84.
Yeah.
It was very convenient, but
Yeah, well, on the student's budget, you don't have a lot of choices then.
right. No, it actually was better then than it turned out to be later on. But I had a quick question with respect to the governance. You touched on it a little bit with respect to you and Mr. Hotzinger making decisions jointly. Can you tell me a little bit more about how your responsibilities are split?
Yeah. In a very short formula, I'm in charge of operations, and Peter is in charge of a new business and of investor relations.
Okay.
And that's, so to speak, the day-to-day business. But when it comes to, like I said, CEO decisions like, shall we try to purchase so and so? Shall we change this or that? Anything that's more of a substantial nature, we discuss it together. And we've never had, in the many years that we've known each other, we've never had any problem to find consensus on how to decide.
And you're both still full-time?
Yeah, that's totally
work for
full-time.
the business full-time?
We have been, we are, yes, we continue to be.
Yeah, I was curious. I noted, and we don't need to get into the specifics, but I noted significant differences in your compensation. So I was just wondering what your roles were with respect to the company.
Peter and I are getting the same.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I think almost to the dollar or so.
Okay. It looked different, and maybe I looked at it incorrectly in our materials,
I
but
hope we didn't misfile anything, but I pretty much know by heart that
Okay.
it's important for us to have the same.
perfect. And how much time do you spend at your various properties?
It really depends, it's on an as-needed basis, and we decide shorter term. Jokingly, I once used to say, if an operation goes very well, I promise them not to come too often. And sometimes there is some truth to that, yeah, that when something is running really well, not necessarily can I add value to a company. Give an example. Both Peter and I have been living in Colorado for the first years when we had that property, and I think we know every brick of that building by heart. So I don't need to go there when we discuss anything. I know it well, and that's the case for most properties. That the physical presence, particularly today, is not as necessary as it used to be. And I think for like if you discuss any company matters or investments and so on, I think the physical presence is important. That Peter and I, that we establish a bond with our important general managers, that they know they can rely upon us, that we're standing behind them no matter what the situation may be. So that's the kind of thing that needs presence, we think. But other than that, if it's going through budgets or so, it can easily be done via team or Zoom calls. And so we go, and we're traveling heavily, of course, but we have no set plan. That I'm not going to Colorado just because I think I should go. If there is a need, I go. If not, then they're doing it very well. Not necessary.
Perfect. Your presentation was terrific. It answered most of my questions, and I don't have anything further. I don't have concerns regarding the background of you individually or the other individuals or the transaction, but I appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any additional questions? No? All right, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Executive Secretary, members of the Board. My name is Peter Hotzinger. I'm a co-founder and co-CEO of Century Casinos, Inc. I also serve as the company's president and as vice chairman of the Board of Directors. And I'm also a member of the two-person executive committee together with Erwin Hotzinger. I finished my studies in Austria, business administration in 1986. And then I joined the casino industry and have not done anything else ever since. 1992 was a very important year for me. In October 92, I got married in the United States. And just a few months ago, we celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary. And also in 92, Erwin and I formed Century Casinos. We left our jobs in Austria, moved to the States, and got started in Colorado. As a co-CEO, I mainly focus on trying to find ways to expand the company, to grow the company, mostly through either new developments or acquisitions. And that entails finding the right opportunities, negotiating commercial deal points, securing funding, putting due diligence teams together, and finalizing detailed definitive agreements. The Nugget was such an opportunity. It took us from the end of 2019, when we first heard about it becoming available, until February 2022, when we signed definitive agreements and had funding secured. On top of growing and expanding the company, I also am in charge of all investor relations activities of the company. And as such, I represent the company at various conferences and meetings with investors and analysts throughout the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it up for questions. Commissioner Krolicki?
No questions, just a comment of appreciation, but to you and Mr. Heitzman, thank you for your commitment, your company coming into Nevada and believing in the market and doing the things and planning on the capital expenditures. Again, it's an important gesture, and I think it's going to be very, very important and perhaps even transformative for the Northern Nevada market in particular. But thank you for your faith in our market. And again, a personal aside, I've spent much time in Austria, as I mentioned to you, and Karl Stoss. I don't know if you know him. He is the head of Casinos Austria and part of the lottery. So
he was
yeah,
not anymore.
So he is the Austrian Olympic president for the country. So that's how I became acquainted with him. But again, I just look forward to receiving you in the community, and I think you'll find Nevada and this commission, this board, constructive partners to make sure that we all do it right and successfully. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the chance. We look forward to it. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions?
And just so everyone's clear, I watched the presentation before the board, so I know that some of the items were bridged today, but I had the opportunity, and we all did, to watch it, read the transcript. So we appreciate you coming back and giving us the presentation, but don't take our lack of questions to not, we've been listening, we've been watching, and we just appreciate meeting you in person.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a quick question before you go, since you're here. So I noticed that some, their residence is in Austria, and where are you living right now? Where's your actual residence?
In Vienna, Austria.
Okay.
My wife would say in an airplane, but
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hello again.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Stapleton, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Century Casinos. It is a privilege and an honor to be here today as one of Century Casinos' applicants, and I really do thank you for your time and consideration. I was born and raised in Colorado and have an accounting degree from Regis University in Denver. My first job was at 16 at a building materials retailer, and I was there for over 20 years, leaving with most of my tenure having been an internal audit manager. I have been employed with Century since 2005. I was hired as the Director of Internal Audit and implemented Century's Sarbanes-Oxley internal control framework. In 2010, I became the Executive Vice President of Finance and Corporate Secretary. I was appointed the Chief Financial Officer in 2019. As CFO, I have responsibility for accounting, finance, human resources, risk management, and compliance throughout the company. My compliance and audit background gives me an understanding of the importance of an effective and monitored compliance program. And Century places great emphasis on regulatory compliance and internal controls. During my tenure with Century, the company has acquired and successfully integrated 5 casinos in the US and Canada, as well as building 2 racinos in Canada. I will finish by saying we are very excited to enter the Nevada market with the acquisition of the Nugget. And to your point that it is an iconic property, we plan to take very good care of.
Are you going to get an elephant?
No, we're not going
I
to replace
remember
the
Bertha. I was around for Bertha.
Yeah. We're aware of the elephant story, but I'm not thinking so.
Well, we're excited to have you here, and we appreciate you being here today. I'm going to open it up for any questions about your, personal background.
I have to say all of the presentations have been squeaky clean. There's been no areas of concern for any of the background information that I had an opportunity to review, and it's just very impressive. There's not a single blemish.
Thank you.
So I don't believe there are any additional questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andreas Terler. I'm Executive Vice President Operations of Century Casinos. Thank you for having me today. Please allow me to start with a quick history about myself. I was born and raised in Austria, where I also studied applied mathematics and economic sciences at the Technical University. I finished as graduate engineer in 1994. Soon after, I moved to Vienna, Austria, where I now live with my family, my wife, and 3 kids. My professional career started in information technology at an IT services company. And in 2006, I started working in the gaming industry when I was offered a job as the first Chief Information Officer of Century Casinos. Only a year later, I was asked to also oversee operations at our 10 international companies. That was Eastern Europe and Africa, South Africa. Since 2010, I also operations in North America. And since 2019, I have been only focusing on our assets in the US. And in about a year ago, I passed along my role as Chief Information Officer to Nicholas Muscari, who is also here with us today. So I've been involved in all aspects of casino operations throughout my career. I call it the casino operations life cycle. And the life cycle consists of basically doing due diligences, of potential acquisitions, of investments in companies, basically the question, should we buy it or not? I've been doing dozens of those. I've been involved in greenfield or ground-up developments, 3 of those in North America. As I said before, it's a long process. It starts with the idea, with the land purchase, and goes into detailed planning. As you know, we are currently rebuilding the casino in Caruthersville. I was obviously involved in this exercise. A new casino with a new hotel going land-based. Acquisition of existing casino assets, that I've been doing that, for example, the 3 properties we took over from Caesars in 2019. My responsibility included the transition per se, the integration. And finally, I have been involved in a few dispositions of casino assets, which closes the life cycle. I always say I do everything in a casino which Peggy, in our company, which Peggy is not doing. I'm working closely with Erwin on the operations side, and my responsibilities are operations, includes marketing, all the outlets, all the amenities. Working closely with our CFO, obviously. During the last 15 months, I visited Reno Sparks 10 times. For multi-day visits, I stayed at all competing casino resort hotels, just to get an idea of the market, of the competitive set, and also I wanted to understand how the Nugget works. And this is very exciting. I've been working with Mark Sturbans on those plans, which I presented to you today. And I can assure you that should we be approved, then we will be a very committed owner and very involved in the Nugget. So I'm very much looking forward, and I'm planning to spend the next 2.5 weeks in Reno, just anticipating the transition. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll open it up to any questions or comments. I think you're, along with your colleagues, one of the better batch of applications that we've seen as far as background and unquestionable capabilities and experience for this undertaking. So I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I just have one comment. And even though he hasn't come forward, is regarding Mr. Sturbins. While Mr. Sturbins hasn't appeared before, I believe this commission, or he's been licensed, his family, it's great for, I can speak collectively for the commission, it's great to see second generation, third generation gamers. And clearly, Mr. Sturbins, fits that mold. I'm familiar with his dad for many, many years, Mark, Mark Sturbins, and I think he's a great addition to you. And I have absolutely no issues with the application. As the chair said, this one, one of the better applications, more thorough applications and clean applications we've seen. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Executive Secretary. My name is Timothy Wright. I'm the Chief Accounting Officer for Century Casinos. Like Peggy said, it's really a privilege and honor to be here. We're excited about the possibilities in the Nevada market. I was born at Ellendorf Air Force Base in Alaska. My dad was in the military, so as you can imagine, I moved a lot and traveled throughout Europe and the U.S. My first job was working for the Army and Air Force Exchange Service, which I continued to work at till I graduated college. But I did graduate from Nuremberg American High School in Germany. Had my first job there, then traveled back to the U.S. where I graduated from the University of Colorado Springs in 1995 with my degree in accounting. I also have 3 daughters, grown and going to UCCS as well right now, which is painful financially.
We understand.
Yeah. And so my experience has been primarily in accounting and managerial roles. I started with Century Casinos in 2007, where I was hired as the corporate accounting manager. And then in 2009, I was promoted to the corporate controller. And then in 2010, I was appointed the chief accounting officer. And in my capacity as that role, I direct and manage the accounting staff, payroll, and corporate IT staff in our office. I oversee our accounting, payroll, tax, financial reporting for the company. I also oversee any of the integrations, dispositions of properties, and to include the purchase accounting that goes along with it. And then also implementation of any accounting related softwares. And we've already spent quite a bit of time with the Nugget Corporation, of change of ownership so that they're prepared, to go day one, use our systems, feel comfortable, have our support. So we've been coming out, we plan to be here for their first close to really make sure everything's smooth for them and they don't have any struggles. So like Peggy, though, I've been with the company almost same amount of time as her, and I've been involved in the acquisition of the 5 casinos, including the purchase accounting, as well as the building of 2 casinos. But we are very, very confident we can continue that success with the Nugget, and we really appreciate your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today. Does anybody have any questions, Mr. Wright?
Just an observation. It says a lot about the loyalty of the people who work together here and the longevity of the company. I think it speaks volumes about the company culture and the fact that you two have been co-presidents, owners, almost like brothers, your family. I think it's just beautiful to see that and to see people who work together so well for so long. It's not easy. It's a very transient business, and to see that is just wonderful. But I have to ask you, so I graduated from Augsburg American High School in Germany because my school closed down, Munich American High, right before I graduated. So where do you have your reunions if you went to Nuremberg High and you graduated there?
Well, tragically, I moved 3 times in my 12th grade year, so I knew nobody when I
Oh.
graduated. And they closed the school down since. So, yeah, there's no reunions.
So
It
my
wasn't even a prom. There was like, nothing.
Yeah, my school was closed down as well in Munich, so we had to graduate at Augsburg at our rival school. So I'm trying to have a reunion here because it's coming up because we don't have a school to go back to. But I empathize with that and happy to meet you and wonderful, wonderful group of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. My name is Gottfried Schellmann and I'm the chair of the audit board. My personal background is a very easy one. I'm married for 45 years with my wonderful wife. We have 3 kids and 6 grandchildren. So this is my private side, my education and background, as well as my occupation is I'm a tax lawyer. And for many, many years, I was always interested how the international tax developments are impacted by American trade policy and tax policy worldwide. I give you one example. Last year, I gave a presentation to the CIO, the Chartered Institute of Taxation in London, telling them how has the American tax policy and foreign direct investment policy shaped the European countries? Nobody's aware of that. Some of the countries could really positively, perfectly generated income, some others not, because politicians had not understand and never understood correctly what the others are doing. So, so my background is education background. I've graduated from the Viennese Law School. I built up my own firm, sold it to KPMG, and I was 10 years partner in KPMG, but I also was involved in international organizations, so I had the opportunity after I volunteered in a New York law firm in the International Bar Association for many years, and I was chair of the tax committee of the Confédération Fiscale Européenne. It's the umbrella organization of the European Tax Council. So I got the opportunity to give talks in more than 35 states. So, and coming back, what is my relation to Century Casino? As I told you, I came across with Erwin Heitzmann when he presented to me his project to leave Casinos Austria, to invest in Colorado. And I told my wife, please allow me to, to ask for a loan at the bank. And I invested my 25,000 shares at a very early stage. So I came across with all the problems. To 1994, I was involved to solve the impacts in this wonderful transaction, this triangular reverse merger. It had an Austrian impact because we were Austrian investors as well. And then I was asked 1997 to join the audit committee. And as I told you, before that, I had to take over the compensation committee because my honorable friend, Bob Eichberg, refused to take it over. Said, you have to do that. Don't know if he was scared about that, but I did it, and afterwards I took over the audit committee, and this where I'm, and I'm also committed to come over to the United States if it's necessary. Before the pandemic, I was in the United States 4 times a year, and during the pandemic, we had virtual conferences, minimum 10 a year, and nowadays I'm open to come over because you have to be here. You can't be involved without meeting the people. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No, we appreciate you being here. Your background is so clean that there's no questions raised.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last applicant is Nicholas Muscari, who's Chief Information Officer.
Mr. Muscari?
Good afternoon. Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Executive Secretary Rupert. My name is Nicholas Muscari, and I'm the Chief Information Officer of Century Casinos. It's an honor for myself to be here today. If I may, I'd like to give you a brief history of myself. I was born in Pennsylvania and raised in Ohio, where I still live today. I attended college at Pittsburgh Technical Institute in Oakdale, Pennsylvania, during which time I pursued and obtained an associate in science degree in information technology with a concentration in network administration, as well as network security and forensics. I live with my wife and 2 children. Our son is 5 and our daughter is 3. Directly after college and to present day, a little over 13 years now, I've been working in the field of casino IT. In 2010, I began my career at Mountaineer Casino in West Virginia, and I've held numerous IT positions while I was there. During my time in this field, I've been involved in and led many projects. Some examples include complete gaming network and system installations, as well as all the IT work that comes with the acquisition and divestiture of a casino property, of which I've done on 4 different occasions. This includes Mountaineer Casino's original transition to El Dorado Resorts and most recently to Century. It was shortly after the acquisition of Mountaineer that I became a member of our corporate team at Century. Now, in my role as Chief Information Officer, I oversee all IT operations across our organization. I work closely with our corporate and property management teams to understand our business needs and goals to then strategize IT initiatives that help create the defined future state of Century. I have a small corporate IT team that reports to me. And as I mentioned, I work very closely with our property and corporate management teams on a day-to-day basis. Information technology, along with cybersecurity, is a key focus within Century. We adopt well-founded, innovative IT solutions to create improved and efficient internal operations as well as guest experiences. If I may, I'd like to give some examples, which include a 24/7 monitored threat detection and response command center for all of our networks, customer experience integrations with interactive kiosks, digital portals, and mobile applications, paperless, fully integrated payroll systems with employee web portals, and financial systems with digital invoice management, electronic payments, and advanced reporting and consolidation. I was involved early on with the planning for the transition of IT at the Nugget from Marnell to Century. These preparations are nearly complete, and I'm certain it will be a smooth transition. I'm very much looking forward to what the future holds for us and being a part of it. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to tell you a bit about myself. I welcome any questions you may have for me.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Just briefly, thank you for being here. It's nice to meet you. Do you travel a lot for what you're doing in terms of going to location, Poland, Canada, US?
I've not been out of the US yet. I plan to visit Canada soon. I think I still need to get a passport. I've actually never had one.
Good luck.
Yeah. So yes, looking forward to going there. But yes, I travel across the US properties. I've done quite a bit since taking on this position. I go as needed. We have a lot of talent at our local properties and the team that reports to me. So I'm not always needed, but when I am, I'm definitely there.
And the team in Poland and Canada, do they report to you directly, or how does the structure work there?
No, I only have I have few direct reports to me. So I oversee the IT operations, and then the local properties have their own direct reporting organizational structures.
Understood. Thank you.
Anybody have any additional questions? Well, thank you for the information and introducing yourself. We appreciate you being here. And if there's no additional questions, I believe he was our last applicant, correct? Individual?
We are done with our current presentation, Chair Pagliatti. And just for the record, we're working on order of registration, draft 1 dated February 3rd, 2023. We have no concerns with the order and find it satisfactory.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lunt, I'm sorry, can you repeat the date?
February 3rd, 23.
I have February 8th, 2023 on the.
I have February 3rd. Thank you.
Would there be
the February 8th? I'm sorry.
Okay, so So I believe this is right for a motion if there's no additional comments or questions.
Chair Tagliati, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and pursuant to draft number 1 dated February 8th, 2023 of the order registration.
Thank you. Any discussion or further comments? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you very
really
much.
appreciate getting the opportunity to hear from you, your presentation, and your being here and traveling as much all this way. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Auf Wiedersehen.
I think you also have the application for a continuous or delayed public offering on number 8. So we'll read that into the record. Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Century Casinos, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for
Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, and Executive Secretary Rupert. For the record, again, it's Michael Alonso here on behalf of Century Casinos, Inc. in connection with its application for continuous or delayed public offering pursuant to NGC Regulation 16.115. And I would like to say that all of you have the transcript and have watched the board proceedings. Century meets all of the requirements and regulation for the shelf and has no plans to utilize it, but does want the 3-year shelf in case that happens. It's obviously a very flexible tool that we'd like to take advantage of. I'm happy to go through all the detail on the regulation if you would like me to. But I know we've taken up a lot of your time today, so I've tried to abbreviate that a little bit.
I owe you an apology, Commissioner Solis-Rainey, and everyone. You were correct. It was February 3rd for item 7, and it's February 8th for the order. That is item 8. That I caused the confusion on there. So do we need to go back and amend that?
Yes.
Because I couldn't find it one day.
I have them both. I just saw them and I realized I was merging 7 and 8.
All right. With respect to non-restricted item number 7, I would move
Apologies, you were
for
right.
approval pursuant or as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record pursuant to draft number 1 dated February 3rd, 2023 for the order registration.
Okay, thank you for that amended motion. All in favor of the amended motion, say aye. Aye.
Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. At this time, in light of the fact that we've all had the opportunity to review the materials on this item and the board's meeting, are there any questions or comments? I think we can forego a presentation and we could just
please
have a motion.
I have no comments to draft number 1 dated February 8th, 2023.
Okay, would you like to make the motion?
No.
No.
Or do it.
Okay, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert and recommended by the Gaming Control Board pursuant to the order draft dated February 8th, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Okay, I've been asked to take a comfort break. No, before we take that comfort break, we have a matter, I think like 7 minutes. 7 minutes, we come back, do that matter, and then we have the 1 o'clock special setting. Okay, so 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
spending hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Read in non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Empire Technological Group Limited, doing business as Play Synergy, for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and to issue a stock option to Jeffrey Evan Harris to purchase equity interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Lin Yi Feng and Darren Keeley for licensure as an officer, director, shareholder, and/or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you so much. I do have to recuse myself. My law firm is representing the applicant, and my esteemed able colleague is here today, so I must recuse myself from voting on this matter, and good luck.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roper. I am accompanied by the two applicants today. To the right of me is Lin Yi Feng, who is the President, Secretary, Treasurer, Director, and Shareholder of Empire Technological Group. And then there's also Darren Keeley, who is the Chief Technology Officer. Also in the audience is Kent Barlow, CPA, who serves as the Vice President of Finance for Empire, and handles Mr. Feng's various business and personal holdings. There's Nadia Akabian, who serves as the Vice President of Regulatory Compliance and Human Resources. And last but not least is Jamie Johnson, the former Manager of Regulatory Compliance and now Manager of Technical Compliance. To begin, we would like to thank Senior Agent Ballinger, Agent Molitz, and Supervisor Barbie for their professionalism throughout the investigation. We presented a detailed affirmative presentation to the Gaming Control Board and were delighted with their kind words and appreciate their unanimous recommendation for a 2-year limited license. With your permission, we will provide a brief affirmative presentation and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you.
So Mr. Feng is a consummate entrepreneur. In 8 years, he has grown Empire from a fledgling company to an award-winning company with an impressive array of proprietary gaming products. Today, Empire is licensed in approximately 70 jurisdictions in North America and has an unblemished compliance record. Empire has 45 full-time employees, and the majority are based here in Nevada. As Empire has grown, Mr. Feng has hired a wealth of expertise to ensure that the company continues to grow and compliant. As detailed at the Gaming Control Board hearing, Mr. Feng has made key hires in the areas of compliance, finance, technology, and business development. Such hires include, but are not limited to, Kent Barlow, who is a CPA with 20 years of experience. Among other things, Kent served as a senior tax advisor for Arthur Anderson, and he was a tax consultant for Station Casinos and Fertitta Enterprises. Importantly, Mr. Barlow oversees all of Mr. Feng's finances, both business and personal. Nadia Akabian was previously the VP of Regulatory Compliance, Internal Audit, and a Compliance Officer for Aruze Gaming. And before that, she was an agent at the Gaming Control Board in the Tax and License Division. And then Jamie Johnson. Well, we wouldn't be here without Jamie. For several years, she managed regulatory compliance at Empire and has been fundamental to the company's unblemished compliance record. Other key hires include a controller who has over 25 years worth of experience in the gaming manufacturing industry and has held key financial roles at Aruze and Aristocrat, a senior regulatory compliance manager who has served at Aruze and IGT and has also spent 12 years with the Gaming Control Board's Enforcement Division, and a senior vice president of operations and business development who has significant experience in the gaming industry. Among other things, he was the former CEO of Aruze and senior vice president of Ainsworth. So, putting that to one side, Empire is also intimately familiar with the Nevada gaming market. Both Empire and Mr. Feng were previously registered as a manufacturer and distributor of associated equipment when Empire manufactured and distributed a product which is commonly known as stadium gaming. That was a overwhelming success, and at the time was played at the Venetian and Carson. Empire's Golden Frog Baccarat is a popular table game that is played at multiple casinos in Nevada. Empire has developed trend boards that are used here in Nevada, and it's no surprise, therefore, that Empire has received verbal commitments and letters of intent from Nevada licensees for additional products should it receive a license today.
Mr. Light, may I interrupt for just one quick
course.
second? With respect to that Golden Frog, how was that distributed? Under what license?
It's a table game, so you get the game approved, and then it can be placed. You don't need to be a
But
manufacturer.
which company was it?
Empire.
It was through Empire,
I believe so. Yes.
and that's under their associated equipment license
No, you don't need associated equipment to do a table game.
for the table games.
Yep. You submit the math, you submit a short personal background history form, and then the game is approved for playing.
Okay, thank you.
So lastly, I would like to touch upon a couple of additional items, namely funding and taxes. So for funding, to start, Mr. Feng is not beholden to any banks, lenders, or investors. He is financially independent. And I would like to highlight a couple of reasons for this. So first, in early 2020, at the onset of the COVID pandemic, Mr. Feng seized the opportunity to operate a third-party proposition player service at the Hawaiian Gardens Casino in California. Now, a third-party proposition player service, other than being a mouthful, is a licensed service that is regulated by the California Department of Justice. It's the Bureau of Gambling Control. Mr. Feng is the sole manager and member of that business. Over the last 3 years, that business has generated significant revenue for Mr. Feng, which has allowed him to grow Empire at an accelerated rate without burdening the company with debt. Second, and most importantly, is Empire itself. The company is now generating its own significant revenue, and the company is enjoying year-over-year growth. And then last but not least is taxes. So for the record, as I stressed at the Gaming Control Board hearing, Mr. Feng has never been audited or fined by any tax authority. He has, however, voluntarily amended his tax returns. And these amendments took place in 2 rounds. So the first round of amendments. Several years ago, Mr. Feng owned and operated companies that are headquartered in Canada and Australia, and he also provided consultancy services in Macau. Now, at the time, he used small and local tax firms to help prepare his tax returns in these various jurisdictions. During the Nevada Gaming Control Board background investigation, Mr. Feng requested that the application be placed on hold so that he could review the accuracy of the prior tax returns around the globe. He engaged an internationally renowned tax firm, an accounting firm, to review his personal and business tax returns for 7 years, namely 2012 onwards. After a year-long investigation, it was determined that Mr. Feng owed approximately $40,000 over that 7-year period and $12,000 in penalties. Now, of note, Mr. Feng spared no expense in remedying this situation. He paid approximately $200,000 in professional fees, which was quadruple the amount owed in taxes and penalties. And then the second and last round of amendments. So last year, again, Mr. Feng voluntarily amended his 2017, 19, and 20 US tax returns to capture some foreign pension payments that his wife had just started to receive from China and were inadvertently omitted from their tax returns. He paid approximately $24,000 in additional taxes and $4,000 in penalties. And for context, between 2015 and 2021, Mr. Feng has paid approximately $22 million in federal, state, and international taxes. These amendments equate to less than 0.36% of taxes he's paid. Now, that's not to diminish the fact that he recognizes that gaming is a privileged license and the burden of proving suitability rests squarely on his shoulders. He fully acknowledges his mistakes, and he has taken significant actions to ensure that they do not happen again. In particular, Mr. Feng no longer owns any businesses outside of the US, nor does he receive any consulting income from outside of the US. So going forward, his taxes are going to be much more straightforward. And most importantly, Mr. Feng has retained the expertise of Ken Barlow to oversee all personal and business accounts going forward. That is, Mr. Barlow is intimately familiar with US businesses and personal matters, including any payments such as pension payments from China. Accordingly, there will be continuity going forward. That's the end of my affirmative presentation, and now we're happy to answer questions.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Mr. Light, I assume that's part of your abbreviated presentation was based on the handout that we were given, this handout?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who prepared this, by the way?
I did.
You did? Okay. You mentioned that there's like 45 full-time employees, most of them in Nevada. Among those, are they the ones that are listed in the materials?
Those include the people listed in the materials, yes. Yes,
So is Mr. Barlow now a current employee?
he is.
He's a full-time employee of the company?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I'm still a little bit puzzled. There seems to be a lot of, let me back up a little bit. When you withdrew the application to address some of the issues with respect to his taxes, I understand that part of the reason that that was withdrawn was also to address some of the commingling, if you will, of operations between Empire and Paradise, or I don't know if it was under Paradise or the LT Game Company. I'm still concerned with that interrelatedness. There still seems to be some overlap. So if you or he want to break down a little bit more when these companies came into being, there's confusion in my mind as far as his involvement with each of those three set of companies. Some of the materials that we have indicate that LT Game, is it Canada? Well, it indicates Empire Technological Group Limited is owned by Paradise Entertainment Limited, and that LT Game Canada is also owned by Paradise Entertainment Limited. But other parts of it indicate that he is the 100% owner of Empire at this point. So sure. I'm not sure, it's not clear in my mind, where the changes happened.
I'm going to walk you through this. And just to clarify straight off the bat, Paradise has never been an owner of Empire Technological Group. Empire is owned 100% by Mr. Feng. So just by way of background, Mr. Feng moved to Canada in 2006, and he started his career in gaming in 2007. He moved to Canada to be with his family, and that included his brother-in-law, who was and still is chairman of a company named Paradise Entertainment. Now, Paradise Entertainment is a prestigious and reputable publicly traded company in Hong Kong that does business with multiple licensees in Nevada, in Macau, I should add. So Paradise is a leading company, and at the time they wanted to start to explore the Nevada gaming market. So Mr. Feng, who had a background in engineering and sales, was hired initially to market a product which is commonly now known as stadium gaming. Now, at the time, stadium gaming was brand new, but if you go through casinos today, you will see either stadium gaming or a version of that. It is a very common game that's used. So between 2010 and 2015, Mr. Feng analyzed the North American gaming market, and he also oversaw the successful installation of stadium gaming at the Plaza and the Venetian.
Okay, and I'm sorry, on behalf of which company did he do that in?
He did that on behalf of Empire Technological. You see, Paradise had trouble. They decided they ultimately wanted to focus on the Macau market because the US market is so vast and is just broken down by state by state by state. So they decided to look for third-party distributors to distribute their stadium gaming product around the US and abroad. In the US, those rights to distribute stadium gaming were licensed to a company named, it's Empire Technological Group, but had a different name at the time.
What was the different name?
LT Game International US Limited.
Sorry, what was the first?
LT. Yeah. And that was owned by a separate individual, 100% owned. And Mr. Feng was appointed their key employee because he knew the stadium, he knew the system, and he knew the market. So he worked with Empire to help get that game placed in the Palazzo, and the Venetian. Ultimately, Paradise went and sold Stadium Gaming to IGT. And at that time, Empire was left without any product because it was set up to manufacture and distribute that particular product in a particular jurisdiction.
And when was that?
2015. So in December of 2015, Mr. Feng decided to purchase Empire from the prior owner, even though it had no product, because it had some name recognition, and it had some contacts. And he actually took that over because he wanted to develop his own proprietary gaming software. And since 2016, because he purchased it in December, he has done that. Now, at the beginning, in 2016 through 2021, he was a fledgling company. He had limited resources, and so he decided to share certain services with Paradise Entertainment. Paradise had set up a company named LT Game Canada in Nevada to explore the Nevada and US gaming. That's who Mr. Feng worked for. He didn't work for Paradise, he worked for this subsidiary. They already had an office here, they had some employees. So Mr. Feng decided, I'm going to share some services with a reputable company. So he shared office space, he shared some employees, and he shared some administrative expenses. That allowed Empire to focus its resources on growth and product development. And over those 5 years through to 2021, the company started to become really successful and frankly outgrew the need for any shared services. So in 2021, those shared services were canceled. Mr. Feng terminated all shared services agreements. He relocated from their shared warehouse to his own much larger warehouse on Pilot Road, which Mr. Feng purchased at the time for cash from his from his operations from the Hawaiian Gardens. He ceased sharing all employees, with the exception of the CTO, Darren Keeley, who recently retired from LT Game Canada. And Mr. Feng resigned from all of his positions with Paradise because he wanted to focus on Empire Technological Group and his card room in California.
Just a quick question. You indicated he had never worked for Paradise, though. So how did he retire? Which position did he retire?
He retired from LT Game Canada, which is a subsidiary of Paradise.
Okay.
Sorry.
And the other LT entities, are they also subsidiaries of Paradise?
Which
he
LT?
lists a number of them on his.
Yes, so he was a consultant for LT Game Macau, which is a subsidiary. That was when he was doing business in Macau. He's retired from that. I don't believe he held any other. Oh, an LT Game Australia, which was looking at the Australian market at the time. He retired from that as well.
LT Game International.
Australia.
Okay.
US.
He lists both on his. There's a LT Game Australia.
Yep.
Party Limited and LT Game International Limited.
LT Game International was his Canadian company that was owned 100% by him. At the time, he decided to utilize the LT Game name, which makes things very difficult when you look at it, because it's like, who owns this company? Is it part of Paradise? Or so Mr. Feng's company was LT Game International. It was a Canadian company, which he's since merged into Empire, and LT Game International US, which he changed the name to Empire. So to cut to the chase, he is no longer an employee of any Paradise-related entity. He no longer shares any services with any Paradise-related entity. He no longer employs any employees of any Paradise-related entity. And his warehouse is his own. And that was all done in 2021, and he retired from his roles in 2022.
Okay, let me ask you this. What is Mr. Wang's involvement with these different entities we've been discussing?
Since 2015, when he sold it to Mr. Feng, absolutely nothing.
What was his involvement with the companies though?
Prior?
Which company did he sell? Just Empire? Or was Mr. Wang involved with Paradise?
No.
Or with LT Gaming Canada?
He had no control of Paradise or LT Game Canada. He owned LT Game US, which became Empire, which he sold to Mr. Feng, and he owned LT Game Australia, which he sold to Mr. Feng.
I'm sorry, so you said he owned LT Game US?
Yes, Limited, which became Empire.
If allow me. Yeah, my name is Lin Yifeng. Good afternoon. And okay, Mr. Wang, he owns LT Game International US. Okay, the story is the whole thing is when Paradise Entertainment, they start introducing new products called Studio Gaming, which is basically live dealer with remote terminal, right? Then the player is wagering on the terminal instead of sitting on a table. So this studio gaming is very popular in Macau market. So initially, way back 2008, Paradise Entertainment came in and as a North American advisor to explore the market, the possibility to market these products. And by 2008, they decided to set up a 100% owned subsidiary called LT Game Canada. And I'm the officer and also the president for that company. As time quickly goes by, the distributionship to do by itself is running into difficulties as license restriction, market adoption. So it's very much difficult situation. We saw nothing, zero, right? So, but however, at that time, 2008 to 2011 to 12 market in Macau market, Paradise Entertainment experienced a booming for these studio gaming type. Their installation from a couple hundred become like 6,000 over there. So that's the time the management for Paradise Entertainment decides, no, you know what, it not makes sense for me to invest money to do a create market by myself, which run into so many headaches. Rather the goal is finding a distributor who want to do that job instead we do by ourselves. That is why Mr. Wang, who has no any relationship with Empire, with Paradise Entertainment, and he said, "Oh, he's an entrepreneur, by the way." He said, "Oh, this might be the opportunity, Frank. Why not? I propose to do this distribution for Paradise Entertainment for this studio gaming in North America, also Australia, outside Macau market, right?" So Paradise agrees, yes, because they think they can reduce their costs if someone is distribute for them. And Mr. Wang have a requirement because Mr. Wang is in the chemical industry, is not in the gaming. He said, "Hey, since your Paradise has a well-known branding in Macau with studio gaming, can I license your name as LT Game so that when you make a customer contact, for example, LVS, MGM, Wing, they all have their roads in US here, so it's easy to introduce, say, hey, this product is exactly what you are using in your Macau market, then we're introducing to US market." That is the time they decide to use a name called LT Game International US. There is nothing, a part of the distribution, Paradise has no ownership, nothing with this entity, same as in LT Game International Australia. So during the time Mr. Wang say, "Frank, and as this time goes by, I'm the one who make all the initial customer contact. I know the products itself. Can I retain you as a key employee and senior manager? Help me to promote to the, basically follow up with the negotiation with already existing customer to cross the line to get the products to be installed." So that's why I was working for LT Game International US as a senior manager talking to all the customers. And very fortunate, we got an installation, of course, the board approval. We got an installation with Palazzo, do a trial. And the trial is very successful because they attract the clientele, which is never on the strip, right? So very popular. And at that time, also, to quickly expand these products to US market, we're also running into how we can acquire more license, can enter into different jurisdictions, right? So during that time, IGT, which is the largest in the industry, they saw these products and then they talked to Paradise directly, say, "Hey, you use a small company called LT Game International US. They only have limited associate license and they don't have service, installation, sales force in the other jurisdiction. Did that make sense? You just terminate LT Game International US and give all the exclusive distribution right to us? The answer, of course, is yes, right? IGT is the largest. They have all the resource in their deposit. That's the time Paradise terminated an agreement with LT Game International US and also LT Game International Australia because IGT got an exclusive distribution right for outside Macau home market. So that is the story.
Let me ask you this.
Yes,
Our information indicates that Empire was formed in the British Virgin Islands under the name LT Games International Limited. Is that different than?
No, we merged these two. They have two companies. One is called LT Game International Limited, and there's LT Game International US. When the setting change, I merged these two companies to one and rename it as Empire Technology Group.
Who founded that company?
Yes, the British Virgin Islands company was founded by Mr. Wang, I believe, under the name LT Game International, and then it later changed its name to LT Game International US, which then was purchased by Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng redomesticated it to Nevada because he wanted it to be a Nevada company, and he renamed it Empire Technological.
Why did you use the same name?
That's, as I mentioned way back, because at that time, the only products they distribute is Paradise, the products called Stadium Gaming products, ETG, right? So they don't have any products. That's why Mr. Wang is talking to Paradise, say, can I use your trade name, which is LT Game, to help to expand the market to distribute the products.
And what was your relationship with Mr. Wang? I understand you would have had a relationship with Paradise because of your brother-in-law, but where did Mr. Wang come into the picture?
Actually, he is one of my friends in China. I introduced him to Paradise Entertainment.
You introduced Mr. Wang to Paradise Entertainment?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when after Paradise sold the stadium game to IGT, or the rights to it to IGT, Mr. Wang didn't see a value in the company anymore. So is that when you
Yes, ma'am.
acquired it for a nominal? I think it was $1 or $100 or something.
Yes, ma'am. Because he is not in the gaming industry. Say, Frank, the product initially we think we can distribute and sell, make more money. Then the deal is done. They terminate the exclusive, terminate the distribution relationship. He's not interested to continue to do anything.
Okay. And does Mr. Wang and your brother-in-law have a relationship?
No, they just.
Other than you introduced?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With respect to the shared facilities, you indicated, you did it for cost savings on both sides. What was LT Canada doing at the time? You said that they had they were done with the stadium gaming game. So what was the scope of their operations?
Yes, ma'am. So after they signed an agreement with IGT, the agreement is only outside Macau market, and LT Game Paradise is still have the studio gaming in Macau. And the challenge at that time is that Macau is a very small market. The talent pool is very limited, especially in the technology side, on the gaming side. So they run into a big hurdle to get approval, upgrade, everything. That's why they try to use LT Game Canada, which the president in Nevada here, as a talent to hire local engineer like Mr. Kelly, which has a knowledge with all the gaming, SaaS, platform, everything, to service their products in Macau market.
Okay. With respect to your operations in California, the poker, tell me again how you got into that. I watched the Gaming Control Board meeting, but I was confused on some of these issues because of the interrelatedness between the companies and all those, also the similarities in name and what our materials indicate who owns who is not together clear.
Yeah, so for the FT operation is so in California gaming, the poker room gaming operation is fully licensed and regulated by DOJ and their California Gaming Commission. So over there, they have a clear rule is that the poker room owner cannot bank the table, right? So it cannot be like a commercial casino here. You can be owner and you take the table volatility. So you need to have a separation. So the separation is you need to find a licensed third-party proposition players. That company is also be licensed and regulated by DOJ and the Commission. DOJ try to prevent collusion between owner and the banker, we call the TPS, right? So before I was over there, I was already in the market selling my table products, Golden Frog, Tremble, everything, very familiar with the market. So late 2019, DOJ tried to reinforce the ownership of the car loan with the TPS. So that time, the TPS in Hawaii Garden is owned by a group of people. They also is the owner for Commerce Casino, another largest poker room in LA. So DOJ have a directive say, hey, your guys cannot be bank, or even it's not your poker room, you cannot cross bank into the others. So they are being disqualified. So Hawaii Garden has putting a public bid for people submitting the bidding for replacement as a TPS. The bidding is really not a money matters because DOJ is fully control on all the contract between TPS and the poker room. The control is not only in the terms, but also on the limitation on how much the TPS can pay a fee back to the owner, back to the owner of the poker room, right? The fee is calculated based on the annual financial report on the expenses on marketing side. So for example, make it simple, right? Last year, you only spent $2 million in the marketing fees. The TPS only can pay like 10, 15% of that. So it's not really a bidding for who will give more money, more incentive to the poker room, right? It's really a bidding who is more suitable to do that job in the poker room.
Can I interrupt you for a
yeah.
second? What was your original question?
I was interested in how he got into that business, and I'm more interested in the investment, the funding. For that.
Sorry.
I'm just waiting for you to circle back.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So yeah, because of that, they picked me because I have a license in California. They think I'm suitable. They approve my contract. Yes, I'm sorry.
When you say you have a license, is that Empire
Yes, ma'am.
has a license as?
Both Empire as me personally as chief employee suitable. Yes.
Okay. In what capacity is that license? Is that?
Manufacturing and distribution ship. Yes.
Okay.
I'm
And
sorry.
what was the investment for you to get into FT2?
The full. So at that time, what they did is that they do a premium investigation, give you a waiver, then you submit your details. They then go through everything on the investment.
What was the?
$3 million. Yes.
3 million?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And I know Judge Assad asked you during the Gaming Control Board meeting what the source of those funds were.
Yeah, it's some of my savings, some I use my house as a guarantee get a loan, and mostly is from Empire's working capital. Yes.
What was the timing that you made that investment? What year?
Early 2020, I think.
But at that time, you were living in a home rent-free owned by your brother.
Yeah, I also own a home I lease out that time.
Where was that home at?
Which one?
The one that you owned.
Oh, it's at the Canyon Gate. Is 1605 Iron Ridge in Vegas here.
Right, but that's the one that you were leasing to OJ.
At that time, yes. At that time, he's no more my tenant.
Okay, so the source, this 3 million investment, I believe Judge Assad asked you to confirm that investment, the source of funds wasn't for your brother, and you indicated that it wasn't, that it was from savings.
Yes, ma'am. There's no relationship with anybody.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, getting back a little bit to your employees, you have 45 full-time employees.
Yes, ma'am.
That are based in Nevada. That includes Mr. Keeley.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Barlow.
Yes, ma'am.
And then Miss I say your name wrong, Akokian and Miss Jamison.
Yes.
Okay.
They're all full-time employees.
A question came up during the Gaming Control Board meeting because I believe when the agents looked, Paradise International or Paradise Entertainment was still listing both Mr. Keeley and Mr. Allison as full-time employees for Paradise. Do you recall that?
Yeah. I have no control with Paradise. I don't know what they put on their website. Mr. Keeley, at that time, before I think. When did you resign? Yeah, Paul February, he is also a CTO for LT Game Canada. He never be a CTO for Paradise Entertainment. We asked him, he said, you also don't have knowledge why they list his name on the website, says the CTO for Paradise.
Okay, and Mr. Kelsey Allison is another of your full-time employees.
Mr. Kelsey Allison is working for us full time, and I don't know, no idea. He has his own consulting company, so no idea why they put him as a employee for Paradise Entertainment.
And Mr. Light, that's one of the reasons I asked the question as far as who prepared the materials, because some of the confusion with those. Now, on the pages aren't numbered, but with respect to Mr. Barlow, it shows that he was hired in June 2021 as the vice president of finance. Is that correct? And you were hired in a full-time capacity in June of.
Can you step forward, please? That's okay. It's just that we have a court reporter who cannot possibly hear what you're saying. Okay.
And my name is Kent Barlow, and I started July 1st. And technically, I was just coming in a couple days a week on a part-time basis. I've been in Vegas my whole life, but I live right outside of Vegas in Logandale, Nevada. And but within a couple weeks, Frank asked me if I could come in 3 days a week, and within 2 or 3 weeks after that, I was working full-time. And so I've been full-time ever since.
Your LinkedIn doesn't show that you're employed by any of these companies at all.
I know.
Is that
I'm
just
a
something that you haven't
slacker.
updated?
Well, yeah. Actually, Kelsey Allison has been challenging us every Monday in our executive meetings to get on our LinkedIns and get those updated and reach out to the. I haven't done that. I don't even know the last time I logged into LinkedIn, to be honest.
Okay. Few pages down, Mr. Barlow, that was my only question with respect to you. Mr. Light, on the page for technology, it indicates that Darren Keeley was hired in February of 2016 as the Chief Technology Officer. His LinkedIn shows that he was hired by LT Gaming in 2016, not by Empire.
I'll let Mr. Keeley.
I am Darren Keeley. Yes, when I updated my LinkedIn, I don't believe LT Game Canada, which is a company that did hire me, actually had a LinkedIn. So I just put LT Game because, as you guys have seen, the name confusion is just all over the place with LT Game. But I was hired by LT Game Canada.
Okay, but it doesn't show you have any affiliation with Empire.
Well, LT Game Canada is what ended up becoming our LT Game Canada I work for, and then Empire was also Mr. Fang's company.
LT Game Canada, I understand, is a subsidiary of Paradise.
It's a subsidiary of Paradise, yes.
And that's not affiliated with Empire, so.
Correct, and I was working for.
Again, that's where this interrelated issue comes in my mind, because you seem to be mixing up these people's roles among the companies that you say are now no longer related. So it creates confusion.
So it did create confusion, and that's one of the reasons the investigation took longer than usual. We went to painstaking lengths to unwind the intertwinedness between the names, recalling it LT Game Canada, the shared services. We cancelled all that, cancelled the shared employees, and at the end, it was Mr. Keeley was an employee of both, but he had separate income from both, separate payroll, and of LT Game Canada and of Empire. Mr. Allison, I can't speak to his. We didn't look at his position during the investigation with regards to Paradise, but he is an employee of Empire. And that was one of the reasons that we actually suggested a 2-year limited. That was our suggestion back in 2021, I believe, was to give the board comfort, and they could review going forward that there is no kind of intertwining between the companies going forward. We have separated them now for avoidance of any doubt. Paradise does remain, or LT Game Canada does remain, a third-party vendor, just like TCS John Huxley, just like Aruze Gaming. So from time to time, Empire may purchase hardware such as kiosks or game content to be put into its machines.
And that's actually something that is clear in the record. It's the other parts that are not clear. Mr. Healy clearly understood that he indicated, at least from my information, that when he was interviewed by the board, he said he was concerned that his continued employment at LT Canada would undermine the efforts over the prior 2 years to evidence the separation between the two companies. So that's one of the reasons, he resigned later in February. So he clearly understood that there was this effort to create the separation, yet his own information, and I resorted to looking at LinkedIn and Facebook at 1:00 this morning because I still couldn't get it clear in my head who worked for who. His Facebook doesn't show he indicates for Empire. His LinkedIn doesn't show he has any relationship with Empire. His relationship is only described as being with LT Canada, who is the entity that you're telling us, and your materials are telling us that you created the separation.
And we've submitted documentation, letters of resignation to LT Game Canada. Mr. Keeley filed his resignation. We made that abundantly clear with the Game and Control
I
Board.
understand that. Yeah, it seems like you're trying to create a picture of more continuity, though. If he was hired by LT Canada in February of 2016, he couldn't have been hired by Empire in February of 2016. Sorry, I had similar issues with Mr. Allison's positions.
According to his personal application, he was employed by, just trying to pull up the application, 2016 for LT Game Canada, and then it looks like 2019 for Empire Technological Group. So let me just look at my presentation. I apologize if that was incorrect. I did provide a copy to the agent, and we believe that we were both on the same page, but I may have made a mistake. I had 2016. You're correct that would have been the LT Game Canada date. I must have mistakenly put that.
And I'm seeing the same thing with Mr. Allison. You're listing him as having been hired as the Senior VP of Operations and Business Development in January 2020. His LinkedIn doesn't show it shows he was hired as a consultant for Paradise in 2020. And it also shows 2 other positions for him. One is a VP Sales and Marketing for Play Synergy, which he says he began on October of 2022, and is president and CEO for his own consulting company. I believe you said is GSL. Is that what? Yeah, GSL Gaming, and he said he started that in November of 2017. But 3 positions, none of them are related to the company that you're telling us he's a full-time employee for.
So Play Synergy is in fact Empire. That's the DBA, the fictitious fund name.
Okay.
But I have to ask Mr. Fang when his initial employment was.
Yeah, he started with LT Game Canada as a consultant since 2019. Now, if I recall right, he get employment with LT Game Canada a year after-ish. Then he resigned in the early 2022. But that's how he resigned from what they call the job at LT Game Canada.
Okay, yeah, and he doesn't show LT Game Canada at all.
Yeah, he started as a consultant.
Yeah, he goes from Ainsworth to ProTech.
Correct.
To Play Synergy and GSL. So again, I'm just looking at the records that you provided in your own presentation. So the dates weren't matching up, and that's why I'm asking these questions with respect to that.
If I may add a couple of questions here, a couple of explanations here, is just like Mr. Lai just mentioned. Initially, when the company just started, because the sharing service agreement, everything looked like very muddy. We try our best to separate as much as we can gradually. Actually, I attend my resignation to LT Game Canada way back 2021, late 2021, but they request 6 months to be standing on board during transaction period. That's why my official day leave LT Game Canada is February 2020.
Those are the questions I had. I mean, it appears that, you know, you're trying to present a picture of the continuity with this company and these employees have been around a while, when it looks like they really haven't been employees of the entity that's before us until much later than what the records indicate. That's what it looked like to me.
So I apologize. I certainly didn't mean to mislead Commission in any way. I can't speak to their LinkedIn pages and the accuracy. My LinkedIn page is terrible. Yeah, we ran this presentation past everyone. If there are some dates that are incorrect, then we can certainly get you the specific.
And I'm certainly not great at updating my LinkedIn, but you think the information that you put out about yourself would be the most accurate. And like I said, that's why I looked at Mr. Keeley's Facebook page. And, you know, it goes from IGT to LT Game Canada. So that's just troubling to me in terms of you not you personally, but the company presenting maybe a different picture than what is in fact reality. And there still seems to be interrelatedness between the companies. And I'm not altogether clear on the funding.
What would the continuing interrelatedness be other than the vendor relationship, which is standard with many companies?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to do it? Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have at this point.
Okay.
Commissioner Willoughby? Commissioner College?
Thank you, sir. You've done incredibly well on, you know, in this business, and I'm truly impressed with you having no liabilities. I am confused, and I say that probably at every meeting on this issue of clarification regarding lines of employment and separation regarding the issues, you know, with the warehouse, and then the ultimate separation as you were trying to peel them away. And I'm just speaking for myself. What I'd like to see is this matter be referred back to staff so we can just find out, and you can help them with your counsel, you know, Mr. Light, exactly how this occurred and how it was ultimately separated. Let's, you know, peel back the layers of the onion and then put it back together to find out exactly where we are, because I don't know. And I hate to vote on something that I'm not totally comfortable with. Now, that's just my opinion, or what I would do today. But I'm, you know, I throw it open to anybody else.
I would agree with that. I mean, I'd like to have not only his representation, and you've done fantastic as far as marketing your products and making money, but I'm not altogether comfortable that I understand the sources of fund, both for your investment into the California company for the $3 million. I accept your representations. I would prefer to see documentation provided to the board with respect to that. And with respect to these discrepancies between when employees came to work for who, I think there needs to be a more precise presentation as to when these employees transition from one company to another. I mean, at a minimum, it seems very sloppy that they're calling companies by a name that maybe was a predecessor or a successor. I don't know, but it's not altogether clear in my mind. So I would support a motion to refer back.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to express my appreciation to my colleagues for doing the deep dive. Mr. Fang, this, at least in my opinion, you have such a wonderful story. 70 jurisdictions. You've done your business, I think, exquisitely well. But our job is to make sure that everything is completely tight and clear, and there's a record for it, and just based on this looseness, that has been identified. It's just important for us to set the record. So please, at least I'm speaking is from my own point of view, this isn't a negative on your company and everything that you're doing. We just need to make sure that this commission, which has a final regulatory authority on approving matters, if there's any question, it's our obligation to the state of Nevada and the folks we serve and regulate to make sure it's perfect. And I would agree with the comments made here that perhaps we could take a break for another meeting to really tighten those things up so there's just no question and you can be about your wonderful business and be incredibly successful doing it.
Thank you.
No, there would.
Madam Chair, a motion's not needed for something back, but you might want to consider requesting a waiver of the 120-day.
Yes, we'll need, in light of the questions that have been raised by my colleagues, we'll need a 120-day waiver if, in order to affect the desires of the commissioners that have spoken thus far, to refer back to get this information that they're as yet unconvinced that we have sufficient grounds for. And so, are you willing to do that? Do you want a minute to talk to your client?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Like a specific referral back. So there's no motion, but like specifically the money.
This to me was consistent with the fact that even in 20, same thing happened.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's fluid.
Yeah.
It's a little fluid.
So yeah, we're happy to waive that requirement. I'm hopeful that we can be back before then. As I understand it, you want us to drill down on two things: separation of the two companies, of Paradise and Frank's company, Empire, how they've separated, and then the source of funds for Mr. Feng and his California.
Now we need who's on first cleared up a little bit, right? That's, I mean, there's a reference to, we were pointing.
It seemed like this. I'm sorry, it seems like even in 2013, an issue came up in Singapore where Mr. Feng was deposed, and when he completed his application there, he said LT International had employees in Singapore, but it turned out that really LT International didn't really have employees. It was another entity. So this commingling and what's yours is mine type of thing seems to have been going on for a while. And it's just not clear in my mind. It may be altogether fine, but I would like to see it better defined. And the notes that we have currently in our record are just not making that clear.
So Mr. Light, well, first of all, Mr. Feng, do not consider this a negative. I know it may seem that way, but this is not an indication of what the ultimate outcome of this license application will be. We just need clarity. So in response to Mr. Light's comment, so absolutely regarding timelines regarding employment and separation as discussed today, remaining issues regarding clarifications of the sharing warehouse, how that came about. Why was it shared? Because, when I guess the staff discussed it, they couldn't figure out, who was on first. And that's always an issue, uncertainty. And, at least we don't like to act with uncertainty. So if you could address that, the ultimate separation regarding the two companies, and of course, the $3 million issue. So if those could be raised, then, just work with staff to try and get it back before us as soon as possible.
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioner. Actually, I fully understand that a gaming license is the privilege is not the right. And when we go through each jurisdiction, actually, that's really also helps us to comply more with all the regulations. And actually, we are in gaming business. It will benefit us for a very long run, especially, go through all these detailed things. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So then we'll refer it back to staff to address those questions that were listed by Commissioner Cohen. And if you, when you're back, as we mentioned, we'll address those things. And we appreciate your appearance today and answering the questions. And, if things have changed going forward, you might want to look at the all the avenues for which you present yourself and your employment record to the world, since that's what regulators are looking at 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever time, 1 o'clock in the morning. So, but we appreciate your cooperation in that regard and your waiver of the 120 days. And we will see you when that's complete.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
So the record should reflect that Commissioner Brown did not participate in the hearing of this matter. And we will move to the next item on our agenda, which is, Madam Secretary, you could read that into the record.
Next for your consideration is one gaming employee registration appeal. That item is Salamawit Wandamu, case number 22LV04038.
Good afternoon, Council. If you could state your appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Nice to see you here today. Jennifer Gaynor, J. Gaynor Law Counsel for Ms. Wandamu. And so you know the gentleman with us is a translator for Ms. Wandamu, although she speaks English in the hearing setting where she's nervous and it's very important to her. We thought it would be important to make sure she understands fully everything that's going on.
Sure. In the court system, it's interpreter. Here they use translator, but sir, if you could step forward and state your name for the record, just that you are the translator/interpreter.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Girma, Girma, last name Zaid, Zaid, Nevada Supreme Court Registered Interpreter, language Amharic, Amharic, country Ethiopia.
Thank you.
And with me, of course, is Ms. Wandamu. I'll make a brief statement and then she's here to answer any questions. First, I'd like to say that we largely agree with the findings of the hearing officer. In this case, there was a Regulation 5 violation where the head bartender at the Dottie's where my client worked as the second bartender used another off-duty employee's ID to process a jackpot when a winning customer had an expired ID. My client, Ms. Wandamu, she did take the expired ID from the customer and gave it to the head bartender. She told the head bartender it was expired and to call the manager. Ms. Wandamu then went back to work, cleaning and other duties that she had as the second bartender. After the head bartender processed and paid the win, she called my client back over to give her the gaming machine key and told her to reset the machine, which my client did. What my client didn't do, which she regrets, was she didn't follow up or call a manager herself or otherwise report the incident to management. She thought at the time she had told the head bartender that the ID was expired and that was the end of her responsibilities. Now, looking back, she does understand she had a responsibility to make sure the rules were followed and should have done more to ensure that they were. At the very least, she should have reported the incident to management. Since losing her job over this incident, she has gone to dealer school and has been offered employment as a dealer with Treasure Island and the Gold Coast Casino. The Gold Coast Casino has also offered her a non-gaming job while this appeal processes so that they can keep her employed. And they hope to rehire her as a dealer, as does Treasure Island. The hearing officer found that the approximately 18 months, now almost 2 years, that have passed since the incident is not long enough time period that my client would now, to show that my client would now exercise discretion and sound judgment if faced with a similar situation. My client does have an otherwise clean record, and she has taken steps with going to dealer school to improve her skill and knowledge of the gaming industry. This process, getting fired, these hearings have also been a very sobering education for my client. She now just asks that you reconsider her case and give her a chance to prove herself a responsible and reliable gaming employee and asset to the gaming industry. And she is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will certainly open it up to my colleagues. I'll start on one side or the other. Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's still not clear to me in reading these materials, how the $300 was distributed. Was it in a tip jar? It's the record's not clear that you do or do not know that you received part of the tip's not the right word, but the amount that was paid by Mr. Hanna to facilitate payout despite not having a valid license or an expired license. Can you explain to me how the money was distributed, if you're aware?
Thank you.
In the first place, I want to thank you. The ID had expired like 3 days before. When he hit the jackpot, I was on the floor. He called me. When I looked at the ID, I realized that it had expired. Since the person, I'm sorry, the name? Juliana, the manager, since the, I'm sorry, Juliana, the first bartender, I went to her and showed it to her that this ID had expired. After when she took it, and then after she processed, what I thought was, she gave me the key and I opened the machine. I gave her the receipt of the jackpot to her. With respect to the money, I have no knowledge about this money, the alleged money that was transacted. I have no idea. I did not see anything. Yeah. The monies that I saw were monies that I have collected by getting tips, $1 here, $1 there, and a pot from the customers. As I served drinks, they would give me tips. I put it in the jar. Okay. And she, meaning Juliana, also gets tips as she goes around and gets tips from customers, and she puts that money also in the jar. At the end of the shift, we share whatever was in the jar. With respect to the gentleman giving me money, I have no knowledge. I have not received any kind of money.
And thank you for being here. I know this is a difficult situation and it's a very serious experience and it affects you greatly. But the Regulation 5 is one of the more important things that we have to do, the integrity of the game, and rules were broken. So that process, I think, is clear, whether it's testimony or even on the videotapes, what people did, I think is not in question in terms of movements on the floor and who spoke to whom. But I understand what you've said. I can envision this, but it's still about, to me, there's a financial component, and either you benefited from it, whether knowingly or not, or you didn't. That's the part that's still unclear to me. $100 of extra tips on a normal night. I don't. Again, I don't. It's uncomfortable for me to go there because I just don't have a window in what is normal. That's still the part, to me, Madam Chair, that's unclear and terribly important in this process for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've said many times, I look at boxes to see if they've been checked, both good and bad. I am divorcing myself of the issue of the $300 tip. We don't have enough information in our record whether it happened or it didn't. We have Mr. Hanna's statement that he was asked to provide this $300 tip, and we have nothing else other than your denial. And I haven't heard anything, from the others who were involved. So let's turn that page. What I am greatly concerned about, and I echo Commissioner Krolicki's statement, is the incident itself. You did right by saying, hey, this ID is expired. And let me just ask a couple of questions because there's a hole in the record. Where was the jackpot paid?
On her counter.
On
the first bartender's counter.
Not at the machine.
Okay. No.
Okay, because that's an important component of this. So the jackpot was paid at, what was the woman's name?
Juliana.
At Juliana's station. Do you know how much was ultimately paid to the patron?
ሰውዬ ስንት እንደተከፈለ ታውቂያለሽ? I have no idea. I don't know how much was paid. I have no knowledge at all.
Okay, so here comes the truly troubling piece of this puzzle to me. Not only was a jackpot paid to a person who didn't hit it, an IRS form was generated, a W-2G, is that correct?
I have no idea who got paid, how much to who.
That's not my question. The person who hit the jackpot did not receive a tax document, correct?
ምንድነው ያ ጃክፓት የመጣው ሰውዬ ተከፍሏል ተብሎ ታክስ የሚቆረጥ ወረቀት ለሱ የተሰጠው ነገር የለም።
ሲቀበል ግን አይቻለሁ። ሲቀበል አይቻለሁ።
I have observed a paper that was given to him.
ብርም ስትሰጠው አይቻለሁ።
I have also observed giving him the money.
So Mr. Hanna received the money.
I am the floor.
Commissioners, if I may, as an interpreter, either she has to listen and for me to give me a chance to translate or interpret. I can vacillate between American English, so please advise
the
claimant.
What I would say is this. I saw this in the court system all the time. She corrected your interpretation once, and she is not waiting for you to finish. So that's a clear understanding that she's in that hybrid mode of I understand a lot of English, but I'm trying to be super careful. Problem is, you have to elect. You cannot expect him to do the hybrid or like, you can't do that. Either, ask him if you have a question about a word that you don't understand, or let him interpret until he's done. Then, and quite honestly, if you disagree with his interpretation, then you can raise that to his attention. But when you're using an interpreter in a legal setting, his words stand unless you choose to speak and consult him for interpretation services. Does that make sense?
ገብቶሻል የምትለው ሁለት ነገር ሊሆን አይችልም። እኔ ላይሰንስ አለኝ እያስተረጎምክ ነው። ስለዚህ በአማርኛ እና በእንግሊዝኛ ሳታገለባብጪ የእሱን ነው የምንሰማው። አልገባኝም ካልሽ ደግሞ እጅሽን አንሺና ያስተርጉሙልኝ በደንብ እና እንግሊዝኛና በአማርኛ እያወራሽ እዚህ እንትን ትላለህ። ይሄ ትልቅ የህግ ሴቲንግ ነውና አደራሽን ምትልሻለች።
It's not a criticism. It's an observation.
ስለማይ
But it's too hard for him to do it the way it's being done.
አስተርጓሚ በጣም ከባድ እኛ ተጋብተሽ አስበቀስና ባክሽን Thank you.
Did you see Davis hand her own identification to Knapp to receive the jackpot?
ያ የጃክፓት የመጣው ሰውዬ አይደንቲፊኬሽን ሲሰጥ አይተሻል ወይ?
ካይዱን እኔ ተቀብዬ እሷን የሰጠኋት።
I received the ID from the individual and gave it to her.
Let's make sure we're on the same page. The ID that you received and gave it to her, was that Knapp's ID, or was that Hannah's ID?
አረጋግጭልኝ። ያ አይዲ የሚታየው ያን አይዲ ነው ወይ? Yes.
Yes.
Which one?
Which one?
የትኛው? ያን የማን ነው? አይዲው የማ አይዲ ነው?
ጃክፓት ቦታ ሆኖ ተሰጠኝ። የራሱ አይዲ ነው። ኤክስፓየር ማድረጉን አይቻልም። ከዛ ሄጄ ሰጠው።
The ID is the one who won the jackpot. I asked for his ID. He gave me the ID. It is his ID, and I gave it to her and Julian.
Ultimately, the tax form was made out in Davis's name.
እና ያ ታክስ ፎርም የተሰጠው በማስም ነው በዴቪስ ስም ነው? I don't know.
Okay, so let's move fast forward. We know that the jackpot, we know the patron's ID expired, and that should have stopped the transaction there. Ultimately, the transaction continued, and you knew that there was ultimately a jackpot payout, correct?
ስለዚህ እንደምረዳው ሰውየው ጃክፓቱን መታ፣ አሸነፈ፣ አይዲው ሲታይ ተቃጥሏል። ይሄ ትራንዛክሽን ወይም ደግሞ ይሄ ነገር መከፈልም አልነበረበትም። ስለተቃጠለ እዛ መቆም ነበረበት። ልክ ነው?
ልክ ነው። ነገር ለማናጀር ያለው ሰውየው ግን እሷ ያለችኝ ኤክስፓየር ዲኤምቪ አመልክቻለሁ ብሏል።
That is correct. I looked at the ID. It had expired. I gave it to her and told her that this ID had expired.
At the time of this jackpot, did you believe that paying a jackpot to a person with an expired ID was against the law? Regulation 5, let's put aside Regulation 5. Did you know that paying a jackpot to a person with an expired identification was wrong?
በአንቺ አገማገም አንድ ሰው ጃክፓቱን ሲመታ አይዲው እየታየ የተቃጠለ አይዲ እያለ ክፍያ መከፈል እንዳግባቡ እንደ ህጉ ልክ ነው? ልክ አይደለም?
ልክ አይደለም።
It is not correct.
ሁለተኛ ደግሞ
Secondly,
እሷ ያለችው ዲኤምቪ በስልኩ ላይ ዲኤምቪ ያመለከተበት አዲስ ነው ጠይቋል።
what she said was when she looked at the app on his cell phone, it showed that he had applied for DMV for renewal.
At any time after this jackpot was paid to Mr. Hanna, even though Davis signed for the jackpot, did you contact any of human resources, your supervisor? Did you do anything to say this shouldn't have happened, or did you just report, continue your shift and report to work the next day?
እኔ የምነግርሽ ይሄ ነገር ጃክፓቱ ከተከፈለ በኋላ ይሄ ነገር አላግባብ ተከፍሏል ብለሽ ለሂውመን ሪሶርስ ላሉት ሰዎች ደውለሻል ወይ? ለማነጋገር ሞክረሻል ነው ወይስ ሽፍቱ ሲያልቅልሽ ወደ ቤት ሄድሽ?
አንደኛ መጀመሪያ የራሷን ነው ለማናጀር ደውዬ
In the first place, it was a responsibility and her duty to report. It was her duty to report, but nonetheless, I told her to contact immediately to the manager.
So to bring this full circle, we've got a breakdown of regulations, and plus we have fraud on the Internal Revenue Service.
እንደኛ ህገወጥ ነገር አለ። መጀመሪያ እንነጋገር።
A patron who hits a jackpot who doesn't receive the monies from that jackpot and someone else signs for it, that's a punishable offense.
አንደኛ ነገር ለዚህ ሰውዬ መከፈሉ የታወቀ ህገወጥ መሆኑን ታይቶ መከፈሉ ራሱ ህገወጥ ነው።
It has ramifications beyond your termination. It has ramifications to the licensee that it happened on their watch, and a crime was committed.
እና እንድታወቅ የምፈልገው ከአንቺ መባረሩ ሌላ አልፎ ተርፎ ይሄ እንዲህ አይነት ህገወጥ ስራ የሚያስከስስና የሚያስጠይቅ ነው።
And what troubles me the most in this matter is your failure. And again, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt on what you're saying, that I did what I was supposed to do. I didn't receive any money. What I'm troubled most is this illegal transaction happened. You saw it happened, yet you didn't do anything, at the end of the shift, send an email to, HR, and that makes you complicit, if you will, in this matter. And at least for me, I don't think enough time has passed, and I know you're trying to, rehabilitate, you're doing your best.
I guarantee you he doesn't have all.
And I agree with that. There's no way you'll be able to get that.
Did you break that?
Listen, let me go back.
Thank you.
You're a saint, by the way. And that's, I'm talking about the interpreter.
I know it wasn't me. So let me go slow and I'll break it down. A number of failures occurred.
ብዙ ነገር የተሳሳተ ነገር አለ.
And it turned into an avalanche of illegal acts.
እና በዚህ የተነሳ መዓት ነገሮች ህገወጥ ነገር ተከሰቱ.
A jackpot was hit by a patron
ለተከፈለው ጃክፓቱ ለተከፈለው ገንዘብ
without valid ID.
ትክክለኛ አይዲ የሌለው ለሚከፈለው ሰው
that should have triggered a response, and yes, you did respond.
እና ይሄ መልስ መሰጠት ነበረበት.
But now when someone else presented an ID to take Hannah's jackpot, was a criminal offense.
እና የሃና የሚባለው ሰው ጃክፓቱን ገንዘብ ተሰጥቶ ሌላ ቦታ ደግሞ ሲሄድ እሱ ራሱ ትልቅ ወንጀል ነው።
What troubles me most
ከሁሉ የሚረብሸኝ
is what you did
ምን እንዳረግሽ ነው አንቺ
after this series of events occurred.
ይሄ ሁሉ ከተከሰተ በኋላ አንቺ ራስሽ ምን አደረግሽ?
Had you gone to HR?
ወደ HR ሄደሻል?
Had you documented your position with the superior?
ትክክል አለመሆኑን
I would probably harbor a different belief that that you tried, but as far as I can tell, you were complicit in the transaction. And again, I don't care about the 300. I can't prove it either way, but I can support an overturning. I can't support an overturning of this at this time.
If I could for one moment.
1 second, please. Why don't we do this? How about you reserve all your responses to comments that might still be coming? I don't know. Because I want to give you an opportunity to A, respond to comments, and B, make any closing statement along with your client. I'm sorry if I asked you already. Did you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions. I focused mostly on what the surveillance tape showed and the client's statement. He indicated that you were the first one that said you could take care of this for him.
የሚያሳየው ቴፑ ምንድን ነው? እሱ የሰጠው ይሄን ነገር አንቺ አስተካክሊ ብሎ የሰጠው ላንቺ ነው።
I don't know what incentive he would have to say that.
ምን እንደተከሰተ አላውቅም።
But what he's saying seems to be consistent with the videotape.
እና እሱ የሚለውና ያቀረበው እንትን እሱን ነው የምናየው።
That's all.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair. How are you today?
Good. I'm fine.
Good. Thank you for coming and availing yourself of your rights to appeal the decision. We are bound by the record before us. And I have not received any new evidence or information different from the record that allows me to reach a different conclusion from the board's decision.
I myself,
መጀመሪያ ሲጀመር ከስባረር እዛ ላይ ስለነበርሽ ነው እንጂ አንቺ ያለሽ ብሎ የነገረኝ ሰው የለም።
in the first place, at a time of the termination, I was never told about the entire process. I was just told that you were present and you were on the premises at the time this occurred, and therefore you are terminated.
Where was the manager when all of this was happening?
ይሄ ሁሉ ሲከሰት ማኔጀሩ የት ነበረ?
ሌላ ማሽጠኛ ማታ ነው የምንሰራው፣ ቤታቸው ነው የሚሆነው።
Obviously, either he was at home, it was the shift was in the evening, or he may have been in another store, but he was not there.
The record states that you asked Juliana Knapp to call the manager, correct?
እና ሬኮርዱ የሚያሳየው ማኔጀሩ እንዲደውሉ ብለሽ ተናግረሽ ነበረ። Yes.
Do you know if she called the manager?
እና ምን አለች? ደወለች
ያለችኝ ምክንያቱም ሰውየው ስልኩ ላይ አፕላይ አድርጓል። ስለዚህ ቪዲዮ አፕላይ ያደረገበት ስላየው ለዛ ከፈልኩት ነው ያለችኝ።
What she stated was that I have observed the request for renewal of the DMV, and based on that, I went ahead and paid.
Okay. Did you call the manager?
Manager አንቺ ደወልሽ? I did not, because she was in charge.
Did anyone tell you that the manager approved the transaction?
ሌላ ሰው የጠይቃሽ ወይ የተናገርሽው አለ?
ለራሷ ነው ይሄን እንዴት አረግሽ እንዴት ከፈልሽ ብዬ ጠይቄ ይሄን መልስ ስሰጠኝ በቃ ማናጀርም ነበረች እሷ እዛ ድርጅት ውስጥ።
What I saw when I observed that it was paid, and I said to her, how could you pay this when this has expired? And since she, in the past, has been a manager herself, and that was my assumption that she was the one who was the manager and therefore make the contact to the manager.
Did you verify if Juliana called the manager? Yes or no?
Juliana ደውላለች አልደወለች? verify አደረግሽ?
ጠየኳት። መደወል የለኝም አያስፈልገኝም እንደዚህ አድርጌ ዲኤምቪ አፕላይ አድርጓል ብላለች።
When I asked her, she said there is no point of calling the manager because I have observed where it shows a request for renewal of the DMV. So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and pay them.
So it was your belief that she did not call the manager?
እና አንቺ የምትይው ማኔጀሯን አልደወለችም።
አሁን ላይ ይሄ ነገር ሀፕን ሲያደርግ አልደወለችም፣ በራሷ ዲሲሽን የወሰደችው ብዬ ነው እኔ የማስበው።
And
ግን
my-
ካለፈ በኋላ ነው የሰማው።
In my opinion, no, she did not call the manager. She took it upon herself to go ahead and pay him based on what she observed.
And you knew that to be true, correct?
እና ይሄ ትክክለኛ ነው ብለሽ ታምኛለሽ?
አሁን አይደለም ትክክል አይደለም የሰራችው። እሷ ይህንን ነገር ስታደርግ በፊት ማናጀር ነበረች እዛ ካምፓኒ ውስጥ።
Commissioner,
Yes.
off the record, she has misunderstood the question. May you repeat the question so I can explain to her? እና ያለችው ምንድን ነው? ይሄን ነገር እሷ ስትደውላ ለማኔጀሯ ደውለች አልደወለችም? ደውላለች ወይስ አልደወለችም?
አልደወለችም።
She did not make the call at all.
Who is she?
ማነች ይቺ?
ፈርስት ባርቴንደር ነው ሪስፖንሲቢሊቲ። እኔ
ስሟ?
ሰከንድ በር ጁሊያና
The first bartender named Juliana.
Did not call the manager.
እና እሱ ጁሊያና አልደወለችም. She did not.
How do you know that?
እንዴት አወቅሽ?
አላየሁም ስትደውል፣ በራሷ ሰዓት ነው ይህንን ነገር ያደረገችው።
I have not seen her making the phone call, and she must have, this was her own time.
ለዛም ነው የጠየኳት፣ እንዴት አድርገሽ ኪዩን አድርጊ ስትለኝ እንዴት አድርገሽ
That's why I asked the question, how do you pay this? And when she told me to put the cue in.
Thank you. Did you at any time tell Mr. Hannah that for $300 you would take care of the issue? Yes or no?
ለሚስተር ሃና 300 ብር ከተከፈለ ሁሉ ነገር ይስተካከላል ብለሽዋል?
እኔ ስለ ብር ምንም የማውቀውም የተነጋገርኩትም ያየሁትም ምንም ነገርም የለም።
None whatsoever. I have no idea but this money, this alleged money, I have not seen it. I don't know anything about it.
What was the total of your tips at the end of that evening?
I'm sorry.
What was the total of your tips at the end of that evening?
የዛን ጊዜ የቀኑ ሽፍቱ ሲያልቅ ስንት ገንዘብ ነበረ ለቴፕ?
እሷ የተሰራው የምታካፍለው እሷ ሪስፖንሲብል የእሷ ስለሆነ የሰራነውን እሷ የምታካፍለው።
At the end of the day, at the end of the shift, she is the one who distributes the amount, whatever was in the jar.
Who is she when you say she?
Juliana.
What was the total number, the actual amount of your tips at the end of that evening, ma'am?
ጥያቄ ያለችው ስንት ገንዘብ አለ እዛ ጃር ውስጥ ነው ጥያቄው።
አላስታውሰውም።
I have no idea how much money was in.
How much money did you receive at the end of the evening, ma'am?
ሽፍቱ ሲያልቅ አንቺ ስንት ገንዘብ አገኘሽ?
የዛን ዕለት 300 ምናምን ብር ይሆናል። በእርግጠኛም በእውነት ሆነ አላውቅም።
I'm not so sure, but it was around $300.
እኔ በግሌ በመጠጥ 5 ብር 1 ብር በጣም ከ100 ብር በላይ ሰበስባለሁ።
For the record, when I do my waitressing, through tips, I get $5, $2 here and there, and sometimes $100.
I have no further questions. Thank you for your time. Go ahead. If you have something else, I don't want to cut you off.
Commissioners, I'm struggling trying to listen to.
I hear you.
At the same
I can't
time.
make your client listen to the admonishments, so she does what she does.
She
and
has
we-
something to say. I'm happy to listen.
I'm just dealing with the.
መጠየቅ እችላለሁ ወይ ነው?
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
የዛን ጊዜ በእውነት በምንም እንደተባረርኩኝ እኔ እንደዚህ ስለ የሄድኩ ጊዜ ዊትነስ አለሽ ወይ ስባል ሰውየውን ሄጄ ፈልጌ አግኝቼው
To be honest with you, at the time of the termination, I had no idea why I was terminated for.
አሁን የሄድኩ ጊዜ እንደዚህ አይነት ነገር ስለሆነ ነው ስባል አወቅኩት።
The only time that I knew about this incident is when I went there and wanted to ask about why I was terminated. That's when I found out.
እና ሰውየውን አነጋግሬው ለህፃን ወረቀት ጽፎ ሰጥቶኛል።
Off the record again, she's stating that without naming names, the person gave me a clean bill of saying that I have not done anything. I don't know who the person is. So
Okay, one second. Can I interrupt?
Sorry.
Your firing really has very little, what happened, whether you knew or didn't know what was going on at the firing time doesn't really have a lot to do with this.
ለእኛ አሁን ያንቺ መባረር እዚህና እዛውን ተባረሽ
You have to let him finish.
ተባረሽ አልተባረሽ አይደለም አሁን ጉዳዩ የህግ መጣስ ነገር ነው የምናወራው ያለው ነው እና ስለዚህ መች ተባረርኩ እንዴት ተባረርኩ የሚለው እዚህ የሚያገባን ነገር የለም።
We're not here for your employment matter.
ስለ አንቺ ጉዳይ ስለ ስራሽ አይደለም የምናወራው ስለ ህግ ነው የምናወራው።
We have no opinion on that and we're not
አይነት አስተሳሰብ የለንም
deciding that.
እና እሱን ስለ እሱ አናወራ።
It is difficult with the interpreter when we ask you very simple questions and you don't answer them though.
እና ቀላል የሆነ ጥያቄ ስትጠየቅ እሱን እንደመመለስ አንቺ ለአስተርጓሚው ለእኛም በጣም ከባድ ነው ለማረዳት።
And we don't know how much of that is in the interpreter. And you're not understanding it or just wanting to tell us what you want us to know.
ስለዚህ አስተርጓሚ ነው ወይስ አንቺ የበለጠ ደግሞ ለእኛ እንድትነግሪኝ ስለምትፈልግ ነው የሚጠየቀው ጥያቄ አብራርተሽ የምትናገሪው?
I told your attorney, I'm sorry, this is where I get to talk. Okay, thank you. I told your attorney that we would give her and you the opportunity to make a final statement on your own behalf.
ስለዚህ መናገር የምፈልገው ምንድን ነው አንቺም ጠበቃሽም የመጨረሻ መደምደሚያ ለመናገር መብት እንሰጣችኋለን።
So my suggestion to you
እና እኔ ማስረዳሽ ምንድን ነው
is that if there are any more questions, just answer them.
እና ጥያቄ ካለ እንመልሳለን.
And then you can make final statements on your own behalf and add anything you'd like.
መጨረሻ ደግሞ መደምደሚያ ላይ የምትናገሪና የፈለግሽው ነገር መናገር ትችያለሽ።
Before someone here makes a motion and there's further discussion.
እኛ ከመወሰናችን በፊት ሀሳብሽን ሰጪ።
Okay?
Yes.
And just so you know, when you're done, your lawyer and yourself
እና ስትጨርሺ ትጠብቂና አንቺ በራስሽ በሰጠሽው
there may be a motion and discussion and a debate up here.
እነሱ ሊነጋገሩና ሊገመግሙ ይችላሉ።
And a vote.
እና ከዛ ይመርጣሉ።
And you will not be invited to participate in that discussion because that's our time.
አንቺ የኛ ጊዜ ስለሆነ እዛ ውስጥ ትሳተፊያቺ።
I realized that I did not take the time to explain that at the beginning of this, kind of how this would go.
ይገባኛል መጀመሪያ ስንጀምር እንዴት አድርገን እንደምንሰራ አልነገርኩሽም።
So for you to understand, I want you to know that's how it works.
እና እንዲገባሽ ከሆነ እንደዛ አድርገን ነው የምንሰራው።
And it might be the lack of calories since 9 a.m. My mind is a little
ጀምረ ስለሰራን
but I usually explain that at the beginning and I didn't do it in your case.
መንገር ነበረብኝ ነገር ግን ይኸው ነገርኩሽ።
So before we go to any final statement that you or your attorney would like to make, I would ask the panel if commissioners if they have any additional questions for either counsel or
I do not.
Okay.
መደምደሚያ ከመናገርሽ በፊት እነሱን አስተሳሰብና ሲመርጡ ምን ማድረግ እንዳለበት ቮት ማድረግ እንዳለበት እነግራቸዋለሁ።
So now is both your attorney and your opportunity to make a summary statement or tell us anything else you feel you didn't get a chance to say.
ምትነግሪኝ ካለ ጠበቃዋ መጀመሪያ እድል እንሰጣለን። ከዛ ደግሞ አንቺ የምትነግሪኝ ነገር ያልተጻፈ ያልቀረበ ነገር ማቅረብ ትችያለሽ። እንመጥን አድርገሽ። Yes.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. And my client had explained in the hearing, but I think maybe it's not entirely clear from your question. So I'll reiterate. At the time of the incident, she did not know that they had used Davis's ID to cash out the jackpot. The patron who had won the jackpot had showed her on his phone that he had applied with the DMV for the new ID. She had thought that the first bartender, Juliana, had somehow used that information to confirm his new ID and pay the jackpot based on that. She did not know that they had used another person's ID to pay out the jackpot. At the hearing, that was really the first time she understood that that had happened and the severity of the incident. So unfortunately, we did not have a chance to talk to Mr. Hanna or get other evidence to rebut the understanding of what his conversation with the investigator had been. I know that we are not allowed to add to the record. I will just say Mr. Hannon provided us with a written statement, but we are not going to present it because I know that we cannot, because you must rule on the record beneath. But if we come back forward in another year, obviously that's something we would present at that time. And also, I just wanted to ask her a question. Was the $300 you received in tips or about that night unusual?
300 ብር ቲፕ ሲሰጥ ይሄ አዲስ ነገር ነው ወይስ የተለመደ ነገር ነው? 300 አንድ ሰው ሲያገኝ? As a matter of fact, sometimes we make between $300 to $400, other times $500.
Okay. With that said, we submit that she could have done better. She should have done better. She had responsibilities as a game employee to make sure that these rules were followed. Since the time of that incident, I think she has come to a greater understanding of that responsibility, and posit that she would not repeat the same mistakes, that she would go directly to management. And I'll let her make a final statement.
የመጨረሻ መደምደሚያሽን እጥን ምጥን ባለ እንዳስተረጉም አደራ። Yes. In the first place, I want to profoundly apologize for not knowing the rules and regulations. Secondly, I had no knowledge of this incident. The reason as to why this incident happened is of my lack of knowledge about the policies, procedures, and the guidelines. The place that I work is huge. It has 35 machines. At the time when all this issue or incident happened, I was going around and passing on drinks and serving the patrons. After I was done with my shift, I went home. I had no idea what transpired. If I were to stay longer or observe, standing there and find out about the transaction or observe the transaction, I would have said something. I did not observe it, and the only way I found out was by asking questions.
ከዚህ በኋላ እንደዚህ አይነት ጥፋትንም አላጠፋም፣ በወቅቱም ደግሞ ጥፋትንም አላደረኩም። ጥፋትን አለማወቄና ይቅርታ ይደረግልኝ ምንም አይነት አልሰራም።
Henceforth, I know the rules now. I know what to do, where to go, what to say in the future, and I want to be given a second chance in terms of doing this business and follow the rules, make sure I don't make the same mistake.
Thank you.
You understand?
መናገር አልችልም።
Mumbling may ask.
Of course.
ምንድን ነው የምትይው?
ሰውዬው እንትን ብዬው ነበር፣ አግኝቼው ወረቀት ጽፎ ሰጥቶ ነበር።
I did receive a letter from the person, the patron. He gave me a letter. Could I present that letter?
No. Unfortunately, the rules require we confine our consideration to the evidence that was available to the person who heard the matter.
በተሰጠን ኤቪደንስ ነው የምናየው። አሁን ማድረግ ማስገባታችን
almost like an appellate court.
እሱን እንወሰናለን ካለ ወረቀቱ
Similar to that.
እንደሱ ነው።
So it's not that I don't believe you have a letter, it's that we can't consider it.
እና ወረቀት አሁን ታስገባለሽ ብለን አናምንም፣ ባለን ነው የምንሄደው።
Is there anything else either one of you would like to say?
ሌላ ነገር አለ ወይ የምትናገር?
ሌላ ነገር እኔ እውነት ምንም አላጠፋሁም አላየሁም እና የሚደረግልኝን ትክክል እንትን ስህተት ሁለተኛ አልደግምም። ምንም አይነት ስህተት አልሰራም።
To be honest with you, I believe that I didn't do anything wrong. I don't believe that this should have happened, and I would not make this kind of mistake again.
Okay, thank you. So to my colleagues, I believe that concludes the hearing portion of this. And if anyone present here up at the dais has a motion, and we can deal with it.
Madam Chair, and I thank Ms. Gaynor for your presentation today. It was helpful. I'm going to move to sustain the decision of the hearing examiner in this case.
Discussion on the motion.
I am bound by the record that's before me. And the information in the record is troubling. The $300 is troubling. Mr. Hannah said you were the person who, that's what the record says, that's all I have, that told him for $300 you could fix it. And setting aside the $300, the most compelling issue for me is you knew the manager had to be called. You understood the procedure, and you did not follow the procedure. And that is the most important thing for me here today. So we heard you. I understand your position, but I am bound by the record that has been presented for us. So I have no other choice. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments before a vote on the motion?
Madam Chair, if I might, again, I have great sympathy for the situation, but you've heard it multiple times. We can only make a decision based on what's in front of us in the record. And you may or may not have done something wrong. I want to believe you, but I know you didn't do enough to make it right. And you may think that's unfair, but this is what we must do to regulate this industry to make sure those things don't happen. So I will also be in support of sustaining your officer.
Any comments? All right, at this time, there being no additional comments or by my fellow commissioners, there's been a motion. All in favor of the motion to sustain, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? There are none opposed. So she can come back in a year, and we appreciate your appearance today.
Thank you.
Mr. Interpreter, thank you for your best effort. Excellent job. Next on our agenda are the administrative reports. If we could hear from Chair Hendrick.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. Couple of items. Our meeting next month is scheduled for Carson City on Wednesday, April 5th. It looks like the agenda is going to be 10 non-restricted items. We'll do those at 9 o'clock and 10 restricted items that we'll do after lunch at 1:30. Also, we are tentatively scheduled for a regulation workshop on April 12th, probably the afternoon. The purpose of that will be for Governor Lombardo's Executive Order number 3, where he's asked us to review and recommend to the Commission a minimum of 10 regulations that can be considered repealed. We hope we can do that in the afternoon on the 12th. We'll confirm that day probably in the next couple of days and get the agenda out. Madam Executive Secretary's help.
Thank you
Thank you.
Thank you. I know the executive order references board and commissions, but we have kind of this interesting symbiotic relationship, if you will. So I appreciate so much you undertaking that workshop. Thank you very much.
I want to thank as well Mr. Torres, your commission's researcher, for all his help, as well as the Attorney General's office, and help us put that all together.
Yes, the commission's one employee is fabulous, isn't he?
Absolutely.
He's an army of one. Well, thank you. Okay, anything from our Attorney General today?
Nothing today, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Could we close with our last agenda item, public comments?
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, I will note that there appears to be no one in Carson City boardroom to make a public statement. And it doesn't appear there's anyone here in Las Vegas to make a public statement, but my fellow commissioner.
Sorry, I know we need to go get our lunch. Just a quick question to Chairman Hendrick. Is that April 12th? Is that in Las Vegas, or is that part of your Carson City day?
Yes, Commissioner, that'll be live in person here in this room in Las Vegas, and then also on the Zoom YouTube for anybody. And there will be the room in Carson City available as well.
And I just wanted to quickly mention the activity that happened here on Tuesday. There was a workshop for technology that I thought was great. The technology community, much of the gaming community was here and invested. And I just think that there was a deep appreciation for the effort for the control board to reach out, to hold that workshop, to get feedback, and to actively engage in trying to, accomplish, making the technology route in Nevada, once again, or to remain on top in the regulatory scheme. And I just applaud your effort and outreach.
All right, well, thank you. If there's no additional comments, then that will close our public comment section and conclude the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of March. We are adjourned.
Thank you.